There you are. Mic check.
Mic check. Mine works.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Today is December 11th, 2025, and I will call the meeting to order at 5:05. And we will now do roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Fairchild.
Here.
Trustee Muirhead.
Here.
Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan. Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Student trustee Suresh is absent and I am here. Okay. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Good evening, board. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez, mi compañera Catherine Hertold y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, opriman el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccionen el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también podrán seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Para los presentes en la audiencia, gracias.
Thank you. We will now have the pledge led by Trustee Rotterman, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The district vision and mission statement. Get my glasses on. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, emerging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that the graduates are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Okay, we're going to review the agenda. If anyone has any changes they'd like to make, or otherwise, may I get a motion for the acceptance of the agenda?
Motion to accept.
Move to approve the acceptance of the agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay. A motion from Trustee Ryan and a second from Trustee Rotterman. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead? Yes. Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova being absent. All right, we'll now move to our annual organizational meeting items. Item B1, election of board president.
I'd like to nominate Bonnie Lieberman to be the president for the next year.
Second, Rotterman.
And I do have
Trustee Ryan.
one comment. Yeah. So I'm happy to support Bonnie to be for a second year as board president. I've really appreciated her leadership over the last year. But I did talk to President Lieberman about this before. I do think, and I'm going to say it now before it involves anyone else, I would like us to consider, and this wouldn't be an issue for at least 2 years, that we move to 1 year of a board president. I've been thinking about this quite a bit over the last few years, and even now, you know, as we have new members coming in, if we maintain this 2-year, which is not what our state CSBA does, or even our city council as the vice president of the city council, they use 1-year terms. But as I think about a new person joining in and joining the rotation, it could be 12 years before they would become board president. And I think I do think because we had several years with people having 2. That's why I'm supporting Bonnie for a second year. But I think now we have a group of people who have all done it before, and I'd like us to think about moving to a one-year term. But again, it won't be an issue for at least 2 years, but I wanted to say it now before it becomes about any one person in particular. So just wanted to say that now.
Thank you, trustee Ryan. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Do you accept the nomination, actually?
Then you have to.
No.
You can say yes. Yes.
If you proceed with the vote, I think it's implied.
Yes, I think so too. Yes.
Up
further nomination.
Oh, are there other nominations? No. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote for myself. So that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent. Thank you very much for your trust in me to lead forward. The election of the board vice president. Currently, it is trustee Canova.
And while he's not here, I will second, actually, I can't second. I'll make a nomination for him to serve a second year as vice president, board vice president.
I'll second it, Rotterman.
You have to think about it, Andy.
Well, I was thinking about trustee
Right.
Ryan. There we go. I'll get it out eventually. Trustee Ryan's comment about the years. We do have one board member that has not yet served on a position, so that was why I was thinking about it. But
Yeah.
we'll follow the 2-year thing for now.
Yeah, for this year, I think that's,
Are there-
oh, actually, yes, you've been nominated and seconded. Oh, I should, sorry.
Vice president, do you accept the nomination for vice president? Yes, I was.
That's
just
been
reading
decided,
it.
yeah.
Well, then let's do it.
All right then. Okay. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
yes. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Trustee Suresh, do you vote for trustee Canova as a vice president of the board? Okay. All right, that passes 7-0.
Not sure she's,
Well,
It's okay.
it's okay.
we don't care. It's good.
All right, so that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Okay, the election of our board clerk, it is currently trustee Rotterman.
And-
Promise to bring a fancy pen. I'll
And,
accept.
well, you haven't been nominated,
Oh, I haven't nominated.
but
Excuse me.
I will nominate you for a second year as board clerk.
Second.
Trustee Rotterman, do you accept the
I
nomination?
do.
Okay. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
student trustee Suresh, and I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Okay, appointment of the secretary of the board. It is currently Dr. Wright.
I will make the nomination that we appoint Dr. Wright to be the secretary to the Board of Trustees.
Okay.
None of us want to do.
Yeah.
Dr. Wright, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
student trustee Suresh, and I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. The 2026 board committee list.
You missed the calendar.
It's number 5, the calendars.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. The 2026 and 2027 board calendars. These are just our board meeting dates, not the school calendar. Does anybody have any questions?
Motion to approve. Or second, depending on who got it in first.
Okay, we will say trustee Muirhead and trustee Rotterman. Are there any questions or comments on the board calendar? No? Okay. Mark?
Mark?
I just want to let you know, there are a couple different anomalies in this board calendar as opposed to prior years. One is that because next year is an election year, The annual organization meeting in accordance to California Election Code cannot occur until 15 days after the second Friday. That's within the 15-day period after the second Friday of December. And so as the result of that, and we are still required to have our first interim report within the first 15 days of December. So for right now, there are 2 board meeting dates in December, both December 10th and December 17th. We're waiting for official confirmation from the County Office of Ed as to if they will extend the date for the first interim report. If that happens, then we can cancel the December 10th meeting. We would only have December 17th, 2026. The other change to the anomaly is in 2027. Our normal board meeting date in November would fall on the same day as Veterans Day. So instead of the board meeting date being on November 11th, it would be on November 18th the following week.
Seems like someone needs to talk with the interim report and the organizational, the rules about the organizational law. meeting.
ASBO tried and the legislature didn't care.
Yeah, oh,
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the calendar? Okay, then we will vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. B6, the 2026 board committee list. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. I believe there is I don't know if it's a typo or a misunderstanding on the direction that the board gave in December about the Special Education Committee. At that time, we appointed trustees Ryan and Muirhead to that committee, which was supposed to be formed and meeting and planning events for parents. And what it is listed as on our sheet is a listen and learn, and it has 1 trust assigned. And so I want to make sure that that committee is given a little direction. I thought we had given direction in September, but it was not the direction that we gave. And so I believe the board was very specific at saying that we wanted a committee with board members, parents, and staff, and that this committee was going to be planning parent education events, transition events, and various events. It wasn't necessarily a listen and learn committee. I was just at the CAC committee meeting on Tuesday, and it's interesting because the concerns that we were trying to address at that September meeting were brought up again and again by parents in other districts. And so I'm really glad we already have this committee, but I want us to do what the board directed. And so let's clean that up before we assign and maybe give them some dates or maybe a little more direction with this, because it doesn't quite fit what we asked to do.
Thank you, trustee Fairchild. Trustee Rotterman.
So I'd like just to ask the chair, are you considering this time of taking this and having us all submit
Yes.
information and then it'll come back in January?
Yes, I think that was in the attached memo
Yeah.
that I would like it back by Friday, the 19th.
So then if that's the case, would we be able to accommodate trustee Fairchild's request in that time so that when we are doing this, because she specifically said
Yes.
we should be able to reflect on what the job is before we assign it?
Yes, I can work with Mr. Shield
Okay.
on addressing trustee Fairchild's concerns.
Just wasn't sure if it was all possible, so it sounds good.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, I think when we made that form the committee, I think we actually appointed 2 people onto it already. So, yeah. Yeah, I think, I was looking for it as well on the list and didn't
just
see
wanted
it.
to
So I
select
didn't know if it was right.
Yes, and I will make sure that whatever is done to change the committee list, that trustee Fairchild sees it before it goes out to trustees to sign up. Yeah. Does that sound like a plan that you're okay with, trustee Fairchild?
Absolutely. And I also think you should just continue with trustee Ryan and trustee Muirhead, because they did get kind of appointed to that committee in September, but I don't think they've met.
We haven't.
So, which is a little disappointing because that was 3 months ago. But we really need to do right by our special education parents and students. And I think this is a good first step. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with that, but we can certainly make that adjustment. Okay. So with that pending amendment, is everybody comfortable with approving the committee list? Okay.
You want a motion?
Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve the committee list.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe. Yes. Student trustee Suresh. And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. B8 CSBA delegate nomination for Region 20. It is currently trustee Muirhead. Oh wait, did I skip 7?
7.
I can't read. I am just like,
That's what you have if you have policy meeting before this.
you would.
It's been a
you
long
would-
day.
It's been a long day. Okay. B7, board member compensation. So, does anybody have any questions or comments about B7? Trustee Muirhead.
Mr. Shield, I asked you for some clarification about this one, about if we don't do the increase that they're allowing us to do by the new code, government code, can we do it later, or is this a one-time?
So I spoke with legal counsel earlier today, and we also received just a few minutes ago a email from School Services of California, also opining on the same thing. The increase can happen at any point in time. The increase can go up to the maximum amount of the cap, or it could go to the cap. So that can happen at any point in time. It does not have to be done now. It doesn't have to be done at the organizational meeting. We typically do it at the organizational meeting. But it can change at any point in time. It does not have to go all the way to the cap now, or that action doesn't have to happen now.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to say that in light of what we're asking.
I have before you make a motion, I have a comment. I think you have a comment.
Yeah.
So before a motion is made, do we make some?
Sure, can I finish my comment? Okay, thank you. I just think that in light of the right sizing that we're doing this year, it doesn't seem appropriate for us to be taking a large jump. I know that we aren't, and I know that we aren't particularly overly compensated, but I don't think we should really take the raise now. And that's why I asked Mr. Shield for that clarification, that we don't have to do it now. We could wait until things are better, or we could wait next year. I think we should do our normal 5% because everyone in staff gets a small raise. So that seems reasonable, but I personally don't think that we should do the full amount this time. I think we should just stick to the 5%.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. So this is an interesting issue because I hear Trustee Muirhead about the fact that we are doing right sizing. This is not what I would consider the issue with our $30 million deficit spending. But I want to say, I think we are coming from a point of privilege. And as I sit here and watch on Zoom at our board, I think we need to look at what we can do to attract more diversity. As someone who has been trying to recruit people to run for the board since 2012, I can tell you that one of the biggest obstacles is when people find out that we get paid, at least when I started, less than $500 a month. And I think we're about at $500 now. And we can have board meetings at any time or other meetings that we are required to attend. Now, for those who are retired or don't have to work, that's okay. But for those who have to miss work, leave work early, that becomes a huge obstacle in considering this position. Now, we have had 2 elections since we went into trustee areas. Only 3 of those elections were contested, and only one of those was likely only contested because Albert decided to run for city council. I don't know if it would have been contested if he had run for re-election. So we know that we're having a hard time getting people to run for board for a variety of reasons that I hear. Some of them don't want to deal with the issues that are coming up, which are quite complex these days, as you know, from all of our October board meetings. A couple of years ago, we were dealing with lots of issues that at our schools with some inappropriate flyering. But the other thing we have to think about is when we elect the next board president, which may or may not be Trustee Canova, if Trustee Canova, who does work, accepts that position, he'll be required to miss work to attend the meetings you attend at that time when you're board president, and will have a loss of income. I think the stipend increase is necessary, 1, to continue to attract people to run for board, and 2, to also prevent remove obstacles for people who don't come from privilege to consider this as an option. And so it's very awkward to recommend that for yourself. I get that. And I get this as we're in a right sizing time, but I also think we have to look at the big picture because we do want more diversity on our board. And that includes diversity of income, diversity of all the diversities, but we kind of make it more and more difficult for people to run for the board when we're only paying $500 a month.
Trustee Rotterman?
So I just want to make absolutely sure I understood Mr. Shield. So if we take a modest increase now, next year, because things are going great, we want to move it to the max. Because there's a law that says you can only increase it 5%. Is that 5% law gone? Or if we say go from 530 to 550, 560, the next year we'll still be stuck with the 5% increase, or we'll be able to make that a larger increase?
As I understand it, once the 5% increase would kick back in, once you have reached the maximum threshold that is stated within the law, it is 5% after that.
Okay, so you can go all the way to that amount, and then after that, the 5% is the breaking.
Correct.
Okay, well, I'm going to, I've been on the board for a while, and when we look at the compensation, I'm actually comfortable with this, and I've been on 21 years, and I'm not upset about the pay. But I think we're very underpaid at $530 a month. So this morning I spent 5 hours or 4 hours or whatever it was at a policy committee meeting. We have multiple meetings a month. Sometimes we have 3 or 4 extra meetings a month. No extra compensation for those. We have to pay anything we do. We go to a retirement party, that comes out of our personal pocket. We don't get that from somewhere else. And there's an expectation for us to show up at a lot of these events. So even though I do recognize that the timing of this is pretty horrible, particularly since we're doing the right sizing, I think we should move this number up to close to that top one. If you look at the city council, it's closer to what they're currently being compensated for. And like I said, I think one of the reasons I'm willing to speak out about it is I have been here for a long time. I have worked with those. I've even recommended several times that we reduce our compensation for optics reasons.
Trustee Canoa?
I myself here. So we have to keep something, this is AB 1390. So this went through the legislature. So this has really been vetted thoroughly at the legislature, both sides. It's had to go to the governor's office. As Mark knows, the governor's office has a very intimate relationship with the Department of Finance. This had to pass muster with the DOF. It was no issue for the DOF at all. And what's brought this, and I've been on the board here longer than anyone here.
Right.
I've been here since 1992. I was an adolescent. And the stipend has not changed a lot since 1992, very, very marginally, very marginally. And the reason that AB 1390 came into place is that school board members throughout the state of California were screaming, this is stuck in amber. This needs to move forward. As Andy's pointed out, you put a lot of hours into this, and some meetings that we have, I mean, look, if we didn't want to do this, we wouldn't sign up for it, but some of our meetings are not pleasant. I mean, it's not pleasant to be here. I mean, it really isn't. And so it's hard work, it's difficult work, it's a lot of hours. And the stipends across the state have been stuck in amber. And that's why AB 1390 came into place, because board members throughout the state wanted to see this move. And so the cap that is outlined, it's based upon the size of districts, and there's windows of opportunity. I have a number in mind, which I won't share now, but I researched it thoroughly. I looked at other districts. I'll share it. I mean, I only have 20 seconds. I looked at what other districts our size have done. The cap that we're allowed is 2,000. I feel what would be appropriate for us at a time of right sizing is coming down south from that a bit. I think 1,500 would be appropriate. That's after researching it today. I believe that would be an appropriate thing to do tonight.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. Yeah, I thought a lot about this, and coming from the city council, just to for Trustee Ratterman's point, the council members receive 2,000 a month and the mayor receives 2,500 a month. There was a change made in 2016, and that was actually done through it was put on the ballot. The residents voted on that increase to the stipend that the council receives. So, when I read about this, I was surprised, because I'm thinking, wow, when I received a raise in the past, it was done as a result of the voters saying, yes, you should receive this, because previous to that, they were trying to increase the salary or the stipend for, I think, over 10 years, and the residents kept voting it down. So, and even I will say, since 2016, there has not been a COLA because there is a salary setting commission that meets several times a year, and they decide whether or not the council and the mayor are to get an increase. So, but I'm hearing comments made, and I agree with the issue of right sizing right now. And what we're asking, our teachers, our staff people to, to make some incredible decisions to help get this district back on track. And I don't feel like this is the right time to implement an increase. I'm glad that it doesn't have to be done now. I think it should be carried over to another time. And frankly, even a COLA right now just doesn't seem like a feasible time, that this is a feasible time to even implement a COLA. So those are my thoughts. But again, it's with the intent of keeping the district on track in terms of right sizing and getting our deficit under control. Thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, the cap that we're now allowed to go up to may be what city council is, the city council members get paid, but city council also gets paid for each and every meeting they attend in addition to their city council meeting. So when they meet as the stadium authority at a city council meeting, they get paid extra for that. If they come to our city liaison committee meeting, those city council members get paid extra.
No.
We do not. Sorry. It's announced every meeting that they get paid extra for those stadium authority. Thank you. Thank you. At the stadium authority meetings, they say they get paid extra. It's announced every single meeting. However, I have not been on the board as long as Jim has been on. But yeah, our stipend has not gone up very much. I will say I get my insurance through the district. I actually went down on a level of insurance because I was writing a check to the district every month, and that was just very complicated. So rather than making that complication of making sure my check got in on time and that I got here on the correct day to make the payment, I actually went down a level of insurance because my stipend didn't even cover the insurance from the district. I would agree with Trustee Canova that this is not the time to maybe go to the cap, but I also agree with Trustee Fairchild that it's a privilege to not have to need the stipend. And it is a stumbling block for people to give up the time that they need to give up to serve on this board. For some people, it's not an issue, but I know it is from also having talked to people about running for the board, serving on the board. The compensation is, and giving up that time, taking away time from work if they work. In the interest of having a diverse perspectives on this board, I think it's important to start moving in the direction we need to. We have not gotten, our compensation has not increased to the level of the district, even in the time I've been on the board.
Okay. We've had a lot of comments. Trustee Fairchild?
In listening to the comments, I would like to make the motion to increase the compensation to 1,500 as directed, as indicated by Trustee Canova as a point that he would be comfortable at.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to raise the trustee compensation to 1,500. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
No.
trustee Rotterman, trustee Ryan, trustee Watanabe,
No.
and I vote yes. So that passes 5-2. I didn't ask you, student trustee Suresh, because it's a pay type thing. So that passes 5-2 with trustees Muirhead and Watanabe voting no. Okay, B8, CSBA delegate nomination, Region 20. It is currently trustee Muirhead. So we need someone to nominate.
Second.
Okay, so are they nominate, or the motion is to nominate trustee Muirhead? Okay, are there any other nominations for delegate? Okay. Okay, trustee Ross.
Is there anyone else that specifically would like, I mean, I think trustee Muir has done a phenomenal job with what she's doing. I'm just curious if there's anybody else that has ambitions along these lines to do that.
I'll speak to that. And of course, we were all at most of us were at CSBA. The relationships that Jody has with CSBA are just amazing. It's something that she's built over a long period of time. And it's really, I think it's advantageous to us to have her in that position. That's why I feel very comfortable making the motion, because she has just really fabulous relationships across the organization.
Okay, and I was going to support, I didn't quite finish. I was going to support her for this year anyway. I just wanted to see if there's anybody else who was saying, that's something I'd like to get involved with, because there are some roles that can be played that don't require her to be the actual delegate. So thank you.
Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you for those nice comments and for the nomination. This is voted on by the entire county. So it is possible to have more than one person from the board. It can be difficult. Not everyone would agree with that, but it is possible to run, especially on opposite years, because it's a 2-year term. So next year, if somebody was interested, they could run, and then it would require a vote of trustees within the county. We'll do that as our board coming up in January, I think it is, January, February. And so that is possible to do. And there's also, like you were alluding to, there are committees that you can be on, CSBA state level committees that you can be on where you do not have to be a delegate. There's board at large positions where you don't need to be a delegate. They're not easy to get onto, but it is an option if somebody is interested in doing more with the state level. I love it. I really enjoy the relationships I've built and the work that I've been able to do and the information that I bring back. So I appreciate the support.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. No, the reason I seconded the motion is because I know that you're up for reelection next year, and knowing that, I mean, you have been doing such a phenomenal job, it just only makes sense that you should be able to serve out your term and until whatever happens next year. So I fully support your continuing in the role.
Okay. We have a motion from trustee Canova and a second from trustee Watanabe. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yeah.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with trustee, 7-0, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
B9, board representative for the county committee elections.
So I want to nominate our president to do it, trustee Lieberman.
Second, Rotterman.
It generally is done by our president, but it does need to be approved.
Okay. Okay, so it's a motion from trustee Muirhead and a second from trustee Rotterman. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, so now we will move to
It's a
B.
big job at some of these.
It's a big job, yeah. Okay, B10, guidelines and policy for public comment. We have a civility policy. Board policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. So we will now have public comment on closed session agendized items. I have some slips here. You could come up to the podium and press the button. The light will turn green. That means that the microphone is on. Trustee Canova is our timer. The timer will start up there, and when it beeps, I will ask you to stop your comment. And if you are not done, you can always email the board your full comment, and the board can read it. Okay. So I will call it like 3 at a time. You can line up at the podium. Shayna Siegel, David Keith, and Katie Pedersen.
Should be great.
You can bring that down.
Good evening, board. My name is Shane Siegel. I'm a resource teacher here in the district.
I don't think it's on.
Oh,
You see green?
it is. No.
We use Costco AA batteries.
Can't hear me.
It's got that on for you.
Yeah, wait, take 2.
That's support available.
Okay, now we're green. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's working. Okay. Good evening, board. My name is Shayna Siegel. I'm a resource teacher here in the district, and I'm here tonight to talk about my concerns about the right sizing plans. My biggest concern is a lack of transparency. I feel it's very important that teachers be a part of the discussion at all levels throughout this entire process. We are on the ground. We are in the trenches. These are our students, and we need to be part of the conversation, not at the end, but from the very beginning. And I want to remind you that with great power comes great responsibility. And you have power to make decisions about the future of this district and the employment status of all teachers. But you also have a great responsibility to engage with all staff and all teachers regarding those changes. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, President Lieberman, Superintendent Wright, and esteemed board members. My name is Katie Peterson. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am a school psychologist and co-lead school psychologist in this district. I also serve on the Equitable Practices and Inclusive Curriculum Task Force and on the MTSS work group. I'm speaking tonight regarding the district's plans to right size. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of clear communication surrounding proposed program reductions or potential staff layoffs While there's been a lot of emails being sent out, we've been attending the staff forums and things of that nature. It just feels like decisions of this magnitude require more openness and more transparency when it comes to what is on the table, what's not on the table, because the vibes in the district right now amongst staff that I speak with there's a lot of anxiety, and I feel like the district board and staff, district office staff are not doing enough to appease the anxiety as we are navigating this process. This process should not be rushed, nor should decisions be made behind closed doors. Additionally, the district should avoid overestimating the number of positions to eliminate with the expectation that individuals can simply return to their roles if the roles are restored. Staffing decisions have real impact on people's lives and on the community of services for students. So I strongly urge the school board and district leadership to take a more deliberate, transparent, and collaborative approach as these decisions move forward. Thank you for your time.
My name is David Keith. I'm a teacher here. Okay, there we go. So my name is David Keith. I'm a teacher here in the district. I just wanted to address the board because of my concern. Having gone through this in another district, it's very difficult on staff, students, families, all that. And I just want to make sure that the board is considering all alternatives, not just cutting staff, excuse me, staff or teachers or unrelated things like paras and everything like that, to take into account other options that are out there. We have a very large district. We have a lot of different expenses that go on. And I just hope that when the board looks into making those cuts are do the least impact on students, that we leave the student experience and the learning unharmed. So thank you very much.
The next three speakers are Margie Wysocki, Chester Peterson, and Amber Watt.
Noise. Good evening, everyone. I can't adjust it. As you head into closed session tonight and Dr. Wright shares his report with you, I think it's important to point out a few things about how we came to the place that we now find ourselves. First, the district has known for years that enrollment was decreasing, and certainly more at some sites than others. We have data going back 14 years that this has been the case. As a board, you have received financial report after financial report after financial report stating the combination of declining enrollment and overstaffing has had a negative effect on the yearly budget. Neither of those pieces of information are new to you. Secondly, neither UTSC nor CSCA is responsible for hiring in the district. For the past 3 years, the number of new UTSC hires has been surprising. For the past 2 years, the school year has closed with just about the right number of teachers for the following school year. And yet we have hired over 120 new teachers in the past 2 years alone. Certainly, credentialing is factored into secondary needs. Except for Trustee Watanabe, who joined our organization just this year, this board has approved additional staff. That is your responsibility. Meanwhile, various departments in the DO have hired positions with minimal oversight. Some departments have historically operated with little to no budgetary oversight at all. That is their responsibility. The reason I'm bringing this up to you is this. It feels that cuts and layoffs are inordinately hitting our credential and classified staff. Right sizing is being shouldered by your two labor groups who are not in the least bit responsible for creating the situation. Moving forward, knowing how difficult these cuts and layoffs are going to affect our organization, UTSC asks that when you go into closed session tonight, that you are extra careful with your discussions. Any numbers that you see tonight represent people or students.
Good evening. My name is Chester Peterson, and I'm the resource specialist here in the district. I'm speaking tonight about the district's plan to right size. It is our classroom and site student support staff who are UTSC and CSCA that knows what is happening in our classroom. I am extremely concerned about this continual escalation of student behavior in TK through second grade in our district. Throughout my time in the district, administration, staff members at my site or other sites have been hit, have their property been broken, punched, kicked, sworn at, and had significant physical destructions in our classrooms, including this week. We have seen firsthand different approaches to addressing student behavior. There have been suspensions in some cases, but in far too many cases, no student discipline has occurred, no family consequences have happened. One thing that I do feel that has not been talked about is how this impacts the other students, that there's a loss of learning in these classrooms, as well as trauma that has been unrecognized and unnoticed, but certainly the families of those children and the children themselves are feeling it every day. I know right sizing is happening, but one of our highest priorities should be protecting our most vulnerable SPED students, the students in their classroom, as well as the teachers. It's essential there are clear, specific, and effective guidelines in place when there's consistent physical aggression, property discretion, and other inappropriate behaviors, not limited to, but including profanity, elopement, and misusing class materials. There needs to be additional safety skills training for SPED staff and all staff that works with particular students, whether that's providing more one-to-ones, changing job descriptions to include having more adults supporting students, or having more classified staff available to support. It is a high priority, and I invite any of you to come to Scott Lane to see and talk to me about the experiences I'm having. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and our community. As many of you know, I'm Panam Amber Watt, a former UTSC president and teacher in the district for 26 years, and a parent of 2 SUSD graduates. As I look around the room, there are a few of us old timers who have been here around long enough. We've been through good times, hard times, and everything in between, including a pandemic. I've lived and worked in this district since 1998, the 1900s for you young people, which means I am doubly invested in this community and want what's best for our students and our families. What matters now is how we navigate the decisions ahead with transparency and respect. Tonight, I want to address the uncertainties around layoff, program cuts, and the need for clear communication. New teachers are worried about having a job next year. TOSOs are unsure about their roles. Veteran teachers are concerned about their placements and their programs. These worries are real because the information we have received has been limited. I'm concerned about the lack of transparency surrounding the district's plan. We've heard the term right sizing, but we don't know how that looks or how it will affect our students, certificated and classified staff. These decisions need to be in open communication and partnership from the start. Classroom educators and site support staff, we are the ones in the trenches. We know what our students need. We understand how the cuts will impact them because we spend the most time with them. We need to be included to ensure the least harm to students. If spending has to be reduced, let's do it strategically and not behind closed doors. The district must not overestimate how many positions need to be cut and just think that staff can return later. Layoffs are devastating, not to just individuals, but the fabric of the school community. Trust, relationships, and continuity cannot be rebuilt overnight. As a former union president, I've learned that difficult news delivered honestly is easier to carry than silence. Staff deserves clarity, dignity, and respect. I also want to state clearly, I stand in solidarity with UTSC leadership. They're committed to supporting our members. Caring for our employees, classified and certificated is how we care for our students. How we treat people in uncertain times shows who we are as a district. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are Ashley Cobb, Becky Marenshaw, and Ian Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Cobb, and I'm a teacher here in Santa Clara Unified. I'm speaking tonight in regards to the district's plan to right size. It is a classroom and site site student support staff who are UTSC and CSEA. We are the ones who knows what's happening with the students. We are the ones who spend the most time with them. We need to be included in the discussions of the decrease in spending and how it's going to impact our students. However, we have no details. How are we supposed to advocate for our students and minimize the impact if we don't know what's going on? I am calling on the school board and district management to be transparent, communicate clearly, and authentically partner with the labor union for the sake of our students. Thank you.
Do I need to press this again?
Agree.
Good evening. My name is Becky Marenshaw, and I'm a teacher here at Santa Clara Unified. I also first came to Santa Clara Unified as a parent in 2003 and fell in love with this community. So I'm speaking tonight regarding the district's plan to right size. Right sizing can have a significant negative effects on both teachers and students. This not knowing is already causing stress and concern for the teachers. When staff numbers shrink, remaining teachers often absorb additional responsibilities, larger class sizes, or have to teach combo classes. Don't want to even mention that. So these changes make for less planning time, higher stress, and burnout. We are hearing about combo classes. This increases our workload, having to teach 2 grades and 2 separate curriculums. In addition, some schools do not have the advanced level that maybe we had in the 80s, where students who work independently while the teacher teaches 1 grade level. For example, at my school, Scott Lane, we have many behavioral issues that are not being addressed, and it is causing lots of stress within the classroom. I am one of those teachers. We have students with anxiety and focus issues, which are challenging enough with 1 grade level. At another grade level, you definitely have teachers burning out and students stressed out. If we have larger class sizes because we have less teachers, then the students lose out with less individual attention, more classroom management issues, and reduced time for differentiation and enrichment. It is our classroom and site support staff who are UTSC, CSEA that know what is happening with the students. I'm calling on the school board, all of you, and district management, all of you, to be transparent, communicate clearly, and authentically partner with UTSC and CSEA. Thank you.
I gotta move it up because I'm tall. Good evening, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. I'm Ian Jackson, Wilcox teacher and UTSC Vice President. And I'm here to talk tonight to you about the right-sizing plan, or plan for layoffs to speak more bluntly, that will be discussed tonight in closed session. I was hired in 2008, 17 years ago, and SCUSD was the first and only district I've worked for in the US. I was naive. I was green. There was a lot about this new country and the education system here that I didn't understand. At the end of my first year, and second year as well, actually, I got a pink slip. I didn't understand what it was. No one had communicated with me what it was. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know that it meant my job was on the line. When I was first informed, I felt anxious. I felt helpless. I was newly married, had just moved here, and faced the prospect of being laid off. It hurt. Being in the dark and being uninformed hurt. Please know and understand as you talk about right sizing, as you discuss numbers and dollar amounts and FTEs and ROI, that you are also talking about people. Dedicated, passionate people who care deeply about the children of this community. Beyond empathy and understanding about the gravity of some of these big decisions, all we ask for is for clarity in this process, clear communication, and continued and thorough partnership throughout all stages of the decision-making process. Thank you.
My last 2 slips. My last 2 slips are for Katie Bernard and Claire Hood.
Good evening. My name is Katie Bernard. I'm a special education teacher at Ponderosa Elementary. I'm speaking tonight regarding the district's plan to right-size and advocate on behalf of our most vulnerable students. I am concerned at the lack of transparency and clear communication at the district's plan to cut programs and lay off positions. This has caused anxiety across sites due to the lack of communication and limited information regarding how it will impact students as well as certificated and classified staff. Those working with students are burning out. Morale is very low. The demands in the classroom are significantly increasing, and the fear of our workloads increasing due to cuts is hard to imagine and would ultimately and negatively impact students. Research shows that reduced class size and reduced caseloads benefit students. Fully funded, inclusive practices benefits everyone. We cannot be successful supporting all students when corners are cut and important support staff are no longer prioritized. We must look at the impact on students and reduce harm as much as possible. I want to believe that all means all, where our district prioritizes students first, no matter the school site, academic abilities, services needed, or SES level, where we look at equity and we don't leave any children behind due to their needs. Staff who work with students directly are the best source of input when making major decisions about right-sizing. We can work better together in partnership during the decision-making process and not at the end of it. It should be an open conversation, not behind closed doors. I'm calling on the school board, district management to be transparent, communicate clearly, and authentically partner with UTSC and CSEA. Thank you for your time.
I had to change it up. Let's see, wait, which one goes first? Yes, okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry. Hi, I'm Claire Hood. I am a fifth grade teacher at Ponderosa. I proudly run our Rainbow Club. I just want to take a second about right sizing, and I think we need to look at all staff and really ask ourselves, what impact does this position directly have on our students, and where is the data to prove it? When we analyze with that lens, paraeducators, interventionists, teachers, the people on the school sites come to the top. So, they are the ones with the direct impacts on students and families. At Ponderosa, out of our school budget, we fund a 3-5 lit intervention teacher to work with our English language learners and our newcomers, which is a district priority. The incredible Emily Murphy increased her fifth grade iReady scores by a median of 190%. Her job has a direct impact, and the data is there to prove it. Our amazing coach, Jenny Maihara, and our LSAT, Mari Gore, who works and volunteers all of her time, has made, in 3 years ago at our ELAC meetings, no one came. This year, over 30 parents have attended. They have a direct impact, and we have the data to prove it. My point is that the people at the sites directly impacting students need priority. As a data-driven district, let's use that as our guide and really ask ourselves, what impact does this district position directly have on the success of our students, and where is the data to prove it? I do want to end with a really quick big thanks to Kathy Knavel and Brenda Carrillo and the support of the district for Rainbow Club. We raised over $400 and we were able to get 20 plus gift cards, $20 for Ponderosa families in need. So thank you very much.
I don't have any more slips. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak at this time? Okay, please come on up.
Good evening. I don't have anything prepared. I'm just speaking from the heart. I came to this district from working at quite a few other districts, and I subbed here for a year before I chose to want to work at this district. And one of the reasons was when I attended board meetings or when I talked to people at the district level, it was different than some of my former districts. And I felt the heartfelt belief in the board and other people I've met that they really were in partnership. And it was really exciting. And I remember talking to people in my other districts and saying, wow, I'm so glad I'm moving to Santa Clara when I could have gone back to my other district. And I just want you to know that the beginning of this year, I was in court on jury duty for 5 weeks. And when I came back, it was a couple days before that 12 o'clock board meeting that I was not able to attend, and I had no idea what was happening. And when I watched it back on tape, I was very surprised. And one of the surprises was that I didn't know what was going on, where I'd been pretty active in the union and keeping up what was going on. And so I just implore you and beg you and plead with you to please, like a lot of other people have said, to please include the teachers and the people who are working with students in your decision-making processes. And I know it's really hard. I'm sure it is. But as people have said, we're the ones there. And the other thing I've always wanted to say, so I'm going to take this opportunity, is board members and the people at the DO, come and visit our classrooms. Not when we know you're coming. Not on those days where everybody knows ahead of time. I'm talking about just dropping in. I know everyone's busy, but really, I think it would be better utilize when you make your decisions to see what's really happening. And I think you would make different decisions perhaps if you came in unexpectedly. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close comment in the room. Is there anyone on the Zoom? No, okay. All right. Thank you everyone for your comments. The board now will move into closed session. We have a hard stop at 7:30, so we will be back then. But here we are going to go into closed session. We will consider the following. Item B1, no wait, I'm sorry, C1. Consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing for student 121125A.1. C2, have it. Consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing for student 121125B1. C3, consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing, student 121125C.1. C4, consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing, student 121125D.1. C5, public employee resignation agreement for purpose of retirement, Government Code Section 54954, Chief Academic and Innovation Officer. C6, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. And C7, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency representatives Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official. Employee organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. The board will be back at 7:30. Thank you.
Juvenil,
Ujú.
con seguridad especial,
Ujú.
todo eso. Entonces,
Digamos que 2 niveles debajo de una cárcel, pues.
Okay, the board has returned from closed session. May I please get the introduction of our interpreter?
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Katherine Hertel. Mi compañera Angélica Benítez y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal del español por Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación de su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En este menú puede también encontrar una selección para silenciar el audio original en inglés. Gracias.
Thank you. All right, our report from closed session. Item C1, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with the suspension of enforcement of student 121125A.1. Item C2, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with the suspension of enforcement of student 121125B.1. Item C3, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with the suspension of enforcement of student 121125C.1. Item C4, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with the suspension of enforcement of student 121125D.1. Item C5, the Board received information. Item C6, the Board received information, and the Board will return to closed session for item C7. All right, we'll move now to item E2, which is the recognition of Wilcox High School. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the Buxer Middle School Mariachi Band.
Is it working? Oh, it's working now. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shield. Okay, now that we have the microphones settled, good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell, and our community. My name is Jennifer Drico. I'm the Director of Communications and Community Engagement for the school district. And one of the best parts of my job is to bring recognitions here for our community. And so tonight, I'm really excited for our first presentation in its second year. The Buxer Mariachi Band is already being highly regarded and recognized for their program, including a really exciting upcoming performance and presentation at a national music conference. And I'd like to invite the Buxer Mariachi Band into the room and the board down to the floor. We'll be having music director and teacher, Mr. Ricky Martinez, and Principal Justin Ponzio up to share with you about their program and what they've been recently achievements. And then we'll enjoy a performance from the Mariachi Band. I'll have you come on down. I'll have you come down this way. We have 26 students filing into the room, so we're going to have you go this way. And when they finish, we'll go on that side. Yeah. Okay. We're going to have the two of you just step to the sides. Onto the side.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. My name is Justin Ponzio, and I'm the principal at Buxer Middle School. This is Mr. Ricky Martinez. He is our fantastic band teacher. Let's give him a round of applause really quickly. I'd like to spend a couple of moments just bragging about our students. If you can see here, we have a few more than 9 students. I say that number because last year the Mariachi Band was 9 students, and this year we are 26 students large. Could not be more proud of these folks. They have performed all over the area. They performed for Dave Cortese. They performed for our Santa Clara Art and Wine Festival. They have performed all over, and they are going to Chicago next week for the CMEA.
No, so it'll be. I'll talk a little bit. Hi, everybody. I'm Ricky. So we're traveling to Chicago for the Midwest Clinic, which is an international band and orchestra conference. So I looked it up. Actually, over 18,000 educators from all over the world come to just learn how to become better educators. And there's tons of performances, President's Own, United States Air Force Band, college bands, and middle school ensembles from all over the area. So we'll be performing there at the Midwest Clinic in Chicago.
And rather than spending a lot of time listening to me, I think it's time for us to hear our fantastic students. And off to Chicago we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to ask if you can help us figure out how to form these students into 2 or 3 rows so we can take a photo together with our Board of Trustees and our superintendent. We'll have Mr. Ponte go there too. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it.
Wait till other people in the back. If you know you're, just squeeze in. I think you guys can squeeze in. If I like to look to the front. Okay. This way a little bit. Scoot in, scoot in, scoot in, scoot in, scoot in. Raj, can you scoot more this way? Hey, Jane, stay right there. We have some more people. Well, it sounds like we're doing Hey, Ian. Here, Lance, this way. This way. Hey, this way. Take a couple steps this way. Take 2 steps that way. More. Yep. Sound like you like each other.
Okay. I'm wondering if we should keep you guys down on the floor and this recognition.
You guys coming this way?
I just asked Jane, you can use that.
No, I know.
Just
No, but I was asking her if they.
Hey, y'all. You guys
No, it's mine. Someone got my Are you nervous about what?
Minutes while our group leaves the room. We're going to have the board stay down on the Experience Club. We had 2 teams from the club that took first and second place victories at the Western Business Experience Financial Advisors Competition here in Northern California recently. And so tonight I have Wilcox Business Experience teacher, Mr. Tony Raffetto, and Wilcox principal, Mr. Brandon Wall here. And they're going to come up and share a little bit about the most recent competition victory, and then also just some background and some other recent achievements from our club in general and the two teams tonight. And then we do have some certificates of recognition. So for each of the two groups, we will have you share those with the two teams up here, and then each team will take a photo with our board here at the front. And congratulations, I invite up Mr. Raffetto, Mr. Wall.
Good evening, board and trustees. It is my honor to have the Wilcox Business Experience program here led by Mr. Tony Raffetto. The program has been in existence at Wilcox for 8 years, and I'm going to let Mr. Raffetto speak to the achievements of the group. But one thing you're going to learn after hearing what they've accomplished might be a good idea to give them your login to your retirement accounts, given what they've accomplished. So we're super proud of them and everything that they've accomplished. And I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Raffetto, who's going to speak more to the students and their accomplishments.
Recently at the Northern California championship of this financial advisor competition, you get a case study. And you'll have in this particular competition in the fall, you have about 2 weeks just to analyze the case study and come up with a plan and make a presentation to advise the family that's involved in the plan to what they need to do to help themselves out financially and for the short term and long term. And then you present it to a bunch of professional financial advisors who then decide who the best presentations were, and they give they give the awards out. And so we had 3 teams qualify for the Northern California finals, and we finished first, second, fifth of the school in the competition. So our first place team won $2,500. Our second place team won $1,500. And so and recently the other competitions we do another one was spring that's like this called the Personal Finance Challenge, where you get the same competition, but you only have 90 minutes instead of 2 weeks. And that becomes more of a team effort. And we've won the national championship in that one twice, 2020, 2023, and then won the state title 7 of the last 8 years. So we've been pretty fortunate to do that thing. And the biggest competition that most of these guys here are training for is the DECA competition, which is like 300,000 students nationwide. And we have high hopes to do all that this year too. So that'll happen in the next couple months. So, but what I want to do today is our second place team. I want to do some first. You guys want to come on up? Okay, it's Ramcharan, Siddharth, Sahil, and Ayush. These guys are all juniors, so they're all they'll be back in all next year. They recently, this is their first big. They've been in the financial advisor competition before. But the first time they hit into where they got in the payment, the first 3 places. So they were in second place, and they have a bright future ahead of them. They could possibly definitely be a championship contender next season. So, and then I'd like to introduce the team that finished first place. That's Jan, Michelle, Mahir, and Dan. And there are 3 seniors and a junior. Dan's the junior, and then the other 3 are all seniors, so they're fun to be graduating. They've been with us, most of them for 4 years, all 4 years of their high school career. We also do other things besides just competitions too. We do community service work. We run community service events and help others run community service events. And we also do, we've gotten into the internship job shadowing, however you want to word it. But we've been doing that recently with the Santa Clara Schools Foundation, actually, and a couple other sources too in the community. We look to expand that as we go in the future. But anyway, this is pretty proud of these guys, the way they've done it. And the competition we've been in financial literacy competitions, it's been about 6 years since we lost one. So most of these things we've done really well with, and this is a big reason why. So especially to my seniors who 4 years straight of doing this thing, congratulations, and I'm sure the juniors will bring us back next year. Thank you.
So now I'm going to have Mr. Raffetto help us hand out the certificates to the students. So stay on the floor, and then we're going to take group photos with each team in our board here. So we'll have the board part down the middle there between Jim and Andy, and make room for each of the 4 students, and then we'll have Principal Wall and Mr. Raffetto join them as well. Here. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And for those of you who are here for recognitions, you can leave. It's okay. We're in the middle of the board meeting. And then President Lieberman, we do need a few minutes to reset the tables that we pushed back. So I'll reset those for a couple of minutes and then we'll have you start the board meeting.
Okay. We're back to resuming open session. That was wonderful. Thank you to Booksir Mariachi Band and to Wilcox Business Clubs. That helps remind us why we're here, right? They're just incredibly talented students. And thank you to their advisors and their teachers and principals for supporting those outstanding programs. Okay, we'll move now to item F1, which is the report from our superintendent, Dr. Wright.
Good evening. I just want to echo your comments. 2 tough acts to follow, and of course, I'm up next, right? So I just want to thank the Mariachi Band and our team from Wilcox for their success. It's December. The semester is moving pretty quickly, and we're quickly closing this first semester. And I just want to thank our administrators. I want to thank our staff for really working hard and moving our district forward, particularly during some tough times. And I also want to wish our staff and our community a happy holiday season and a happy new year. Since our last board meeting, I had an opportunity to visit several community events. One I want to highlight today was the Santa Visits El Viso event. I want to thank Dick Santos and Judy Santiago and the entire El Viso community for including me in that event. The performances were outstanding. We had student performances, and we also had the voice of San Jose sing the national anthem. She has a beautiful voice. It was just a great day. Our students and families received gifts, supplies, and they had access to community resources. And I was just very impressed with the amount of pride that runs through that community every time I visit. So I just want to thank them for including me. I think it was a couple of board meetings ago, maybe the last board meeting, Trustee Rodman really had a great idea. I requested a standing agenda item to discuss student achievement, specifically strategies that we can use to implement and support student growth, and really showing a sense of urgency behind it. And I really can get behind that idea, and I support it because as an organization and as a community, that's why we're here. And that's something that we should be discussing and that we should be highlighting and celebrating at every board meeting. I was very thankful we had our Wilcox team, our academic team, that we're able to highlight. And I think we need to do more of that. We need to talk about instruction. We need to talk about student achievement growth regularly. Spotlight our success and also talk about our growth areas. I think moving forward as a plan on how we can address this recommendation is placing a standing agenda item, maybe not every meeting, but every other meeting, depending on what's happening within our organization and what recognitions we're bringing forward. It also gives our principals an opportunity to highlight the things that are happening at their school sites. One thing I learned about this district is we're doing a lot of outstanding things, but we don't all talk to each other, so we all don't know at the same time. So having our principals, our instructional leaders at the podium highlighting the outstanding programs that they're doing. And I think that's one way that we can accomplish it. But as I think about today and what we've done, even since our last board meeting, the question is, what are we doing right now to support student growth? And as I think about that, the first thing that comes to mind, I visit school sites every week. I walk classrooms with principals and have conversations. And walking into classrooms and watching our outstanding educators on our campuses teaching and watching the level of engagement with our students is inspiring. There is teaching and learning going on in the Santa Clara Unified School District. I know it's our role to highlight the areas for growth because we're perfectionists and we're working with children. We're never done working and trying to get better until everybody reaches the top. And that's something that is a continuous improvement that we need to work on. But I do want to highlight that there is excellent work happening in this district. We just need to talk about it more. And I say that excellent things are happening during difficult times. I think about the 100-day plan that I rolled out, the tentative plan that I rolled out at the last board meeting, and talk about the next 100 days. What are we doing to get better as an organization? Before I can even send an email out or mentor or have conversations, administrators took that document and started having meetings on their own to try to move this work forward and align it. We're talking about changing our culture. That's how we're going to help our student grow. Since our last meeting, I mean, we've been talking about Tier 1 instruction, right? At least since I've been here, it hasn't been long, but right since July, we need Tier 1 strategies. What are our high-level strategies to move instruction? We've identified them. We've identified 6 of them. And we're talking about them and people are excited about them. Our next step is to prioritize those strategies and implement those strategies. Great work is happening in the Santa Clara Unified School District. Professional learning happens regularly. We've got secondary tutoring programs that are happening on our campus. We've got elementary cohorts discussing small group instruction, kindergarten through 2nd grade, and 3rd through 5th grade are doing writing instruction. Literacy is happening in kinder through 2nd grade. Data inquiry cycles at the elementary sites are also happening. Great things are happening in the Santa Clara Unified School District. Please don't mistake that. But we do have a long way to go. As I mentioned, moving forward, how can we continue to have this conversation? I think it's having our site principals, our instructional leaders at the podium so they can share some of those highlights and also share some of those growth areas, giving updates to our 100-day plan regularly so that people can follow along and see our progress on what we're doing and how we're going to reach the goals that we're setting, that we set to accomplish. I want to talk about right sizing. I highlighted the fact that there's some difficult times, and what I'm referencing is anytime you've got to go through a right sizing process or do budget reductions, it strains the organization. There's no right way to do it. There's no easy way to do it. I've been through this numerous times, and it's hard. And we acknowledge that. And we acknowledge the stress that's happening with our members, our staff members, and through the organization. It's been very difficult. This disrupts the culture, and in some cases, it also compromises our morale. But when we started this process, we made a promise that we were going to be thoughtful and transparent, and I believe we have. We messaged this in early summer. I'm sorry, late summer, early fall, July, August, because we wanted to be transparent. Flip side to that is there's a lot of time between July, August, and now. And it feels like an eternity that communication has not been happening. But we're ahead of most districts who typically launch a process such as this. Usually that process and the conversations are just starting now. And the communication and the messaging goes out in late February in preparation for March 15th. Where we are now in this process, because we messaged early in the school year, we were able to engage with educational partners. I did it through my 100-day listening and learning. Talked about all sorts of things. But the minute you start talking about a $30 million reduction, that's what the conversation becomes. I met with teachers, I met with parents, I met with students, coffee shops, group settings, in my office, all the way to 8, 9 o'clock at night. There has been a lot of communication and discussion about right sizing. And they're not easy conversations. Where we are now is we were able to take a lot of that information, take a look through our organization, and identify areas for a brainstorm and put something together so we can have a discussion. We haven't had that discussion yet. When we had our special board meeting on the 30th, our board tasked us with updating them, and that happens today in closed session. We are prepared to start the conversation today. So between that September 30th and today, there's been a lot of thoughtful conversations that included a lot of people, and in partnership included labor leaders. So I just want to emphasize the fact that we will continue to run a thoughtful process, and we will continue to communicate as much as possible, as often as possible. And we heard loud and clear that our organization is ready for some additional communications, and we will figure out what that looks like, and we will do it as quickly as possible. Now, I don't want to get ahead of it, but I'll get ahead of it. Tentatively, we would like to have some sort of communication go out next week, early next week. And I also want to be transparent and tell you a little bit about my thought process of not wanting to do that because we have holidays coming up. So there's a constant tug of war that we have to deal with to be thoughtful through this process. But it is clear that our organization needs information. So we will put that information together. I don't know how detailed at this point because we still have a conversation to have, and we're going to share out. Because in partnership, we have a strong partnership in this organization, and we will continue that, and we'll continue to be thoughtful. We'll continue to communicate, and my doors will continue to be open for additional conversations with staff and community members, and of course, our students. So I'm sorry I went off on a little bit of a tangent, but I just wanted to share my thoughts. And again, it's December. It came quickly, and I want to wish everyone a happy holiday and a happy new year.
Thank you. We'll now have our Student Senate report from Farmandeep Allah. I'm so sorry. I'm not even gonna try. Allah.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I am the student senator of the school. I'm sorry. My name is Farman, and I will be presenting what we did and will be doing throughout the year. We will be going to the Bay Area Glass Institute field trip next week. It offers students the It offers students the great experience to work with molten glass hands-on, and they can create their own artworks. We will be going to community college field trips so that students had a chance to learn about college programs and feel more comfortable around the campus. Halloween party. We have this every year and we had one this year. It includes snacks, music, parties, and many students just get together and they have fun with each other and talk. Harvest Festival, we have this every year before Thanksgiving break. It's a collaboration in our wellness center and our gardening class. Students, they harvest ingredients from our garden and they cook different dishes. These are some that we did this year. Career panel. We invite different professions to our school so that students have the opportunity to talk to them if they're interested in a specific career and they want to know about the career path. Future planning. The Wilson counseling team is committed to ensuring every senior has a clear path forward as they transition from high school to their next chapter. As a junior who's graduating earlier, we are doing the FAFSA application and all that college stuff. But also who doesn't want to go to college, they counseling members, they make sure that they know what they're going to do after high school. Goodwill Donation Drive. We partnered with the Educational Scholarship Council to host a Goodwill Donation Drive. That was a great success and showcasing community spirit and collaboration. Listening and learning with Dr. Ray. Students were given the opportunity to sit and learn, listen, and ask questions with Dr. Ray. One of our students said that they felt seen and heard when they were addressing their opinion to him. And we're definitely grateful to work with you and excited for our next projects. Our wellness center, that's the safe space of our students. We call it the Den. It's comfortable and it's handy because it's in the middle of our campus, so everyone can just get in. We have snacks, different activities, stress relievers, and 2 counselors available during the school hours that you can reach out anytime if you need them. Any questions and concerns?
Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you so much.
Do any of the trustees have questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Right. Okay, we'll move on now to reports from our union presidents. Ms. Alpin.
Good evening, Board President Lieberman, Trustees Superintendent Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell, and Student Trustee Suresh. For the past 6 months, CSEA and UTSC have heard the term right sizing. It's been used in presentations, meetings, emails, and planning documents. Tonight, I want to share what that word actually means from the ground level, because I have always believed that right sizing is the wrong term to apply to people. You right size programs, you right size systems, you do not right size human beings. From the standpoint of our members, right sizing has meant a prolonged uncertainty. It has meant working under the conditions of fear, constant fear of job loss, position reductions, and bumping, without clear, consistent information. It has meant rumors spreading faster than facts. We represent 149 different job classifications, and not one of those groups has received information they can rely on as true. We also continue to see countless meetings happening without labor partnership, and I am then expected to do damage control after the fact. A clear example is a special education meeting where it was announced that 41 student attendance positions were being reduced. I received many emails and phone calls from frightened and confused employees who had no information, no context, and no direction. Many managers are not working in partnership with us, and without partnership, I cannot explain district decisions to the workforce. Our members deserve accurate information, not rumors. They deserve clarity, not confusion. And they deserve to hear major staffing proposals directly and transparently. At the same time, we are still waiting for clear, complete, and reliable information on the early retirement incentive. While we are truly thankful that that incentive was offered, the rollout has created an overwhelming amount of unanswered questions, answers that I cannot provide. These are not casual choices. These are life-changing decisions. Yet the district is asking people to make definitive, life-altering choices within a single month without providing the full written details they need to decide responsibly. CSEA members will have no idea who will be laid off until after the offer closes. The right-sizing presentations themselves have acknowledged years of negligence of frivolous spending of one-time monies to fund permanent staffing. People, not short-term fixes. Why was this allowed? And now CSEA and UTSC are asked to carry the consequences of those decisions. Classified professionals are not a line item on a budget. We are more than an FTE. We are the infrastructure of this district. I am deeply troubled, both as a labor leader and as a community member, by who the district will be taking feedback from and who is influencing the conversations about what and where to cut. At the same time, we have departments promoting pilot programs where consultants openly talk about how technology will eliminate jobs. Yet when we ask what the programs will actually cost, we are told by management, we don't always consider the financial cost. That statement should stop this board in their tracks, because you cannot say that cost does not matter while people's livelihoods are quietly being placed on the table. You cannot claim students are the priority while destabilizing the workforce that support them every day. And that brings me to this. Where's the data? Where's the ROI analysis? Where's the evaluation of actual contributions before positions are placed on the chopping block? I'll tell you, the district does not have those tools in place. There is no established metric, no agreed upon framework, no baseline data set, no return on investment criteria to measure the true impact of these roles. So my question to the board is this: are you rushing to meet a number instead of evaluating the values and contributions of the people being cut? Because if you cannot show your constituents and the employees how these decisions were measured, then they are not data-driven decisions. They are not strategic decisions, and they cannot possibly be student-centered decisions. They become personal decisions. Students can't wait for you to figure out you've made a mistake. As we move into this share out, whatever comes next, I hope that we are honest about the impact that this will have on all of the people's mental health, especially as we approach the holidays, when many are in a fragile emotional state. It is not enough to say we care about employees' wellness in posters and emails, then disappear when an employee actually needs support. This week alone, I reached out to the district for help for a member who was in crisis. The response I was given from the director of HR was to tell that person to go back to work. There was not a single service offered, no pause, no check-in, nothing. Please direct the district to do better, to do more than offer lip service when it comes to employee mental health. People need real support. Sometimes that support impacts the workday. Employees deserve better. Again, CSEA and UTSC didn't create this deficit. We are just forced to suffer the consequences. The holidays are approaching, and for many, this is already a difficult time of year. My hope is that despite this fear and uncertainty created by this process, our staff are still able to take time with loved ones. I wish everyone a happy holidays. Thank you.
Good evening again, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustee Suresh, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. I'd like to share a few pictures with you this evening from our teachers around the district. The first picture is that we have is a group picture from Don Calajan, from our Don Calajan teachers who went with their students to science camp, which is probably the one thing I miss the most having stepped out of the classroom. The next few pictures are from Central Park's third graders who visited the Santa Clara City Hall to meet with Mayor Gilmore and Vice Mayor Kelly Cox. As a part of their grade level social studies unit on local government, they created a PBL project called Vote by Design with the driving question, how does a person know the best candidate to vote for? Students worked to learn what traits and qualities were important to them and learn to discern if these are present in elected officials. Next slide. Thank you. From Mayor Gilmore and Vice Mayor Cox, students heard reasons why they were motivated to get involved in their community. These council members were grilled by students with hard questions. Questions such as, what qualities are needed to handle school funding, earthquake and pandemic crises? Why do you think you have them? What do you do when people want something you think is bad? How do you feel the first time you walked into City Hall? The officials described ways students can get involved in city government. Next picture, please. As young as 14 years old. As an additional bonus, students were greeted with swag bags and snacks, and we all love that. Thank you for those pictures. Moving back to the topic of right sizing, it's time to call it what it is: cuts and layoffs. It's the only way we will meet the $30 million reduction requirement that's in place on our system. It doesn't matter how we try to couch it or what color lipstick we put on this pig. It's cuts and layoffs. A few years ago, I was in a site PD on how to have hard conversations. Staff was trained that to be clear is to be kind. Yes, it's hard, but it's time we rip off this particular Band-Aid too. Our partnership has been and will be tested in these turbulent times. Decisions must involve those of us with boots on the ground, who have been involved in the classroom with students from the time of COVID to this current school year. If you know, you know. If you haven't been in it on a daily basis, you don't know. As UTSC closes our last report for the 2025 school year, actual year, we wish the trustees, our members, our students, our families, and our community a wonderful holiday season. Remember, the holiday season is not always a great time for some folks, and we ask that you pay special attention to your family and friends who need a little extra attention. This concludes our UTSC report, and happy early New Year to everyone.
Thank you for those reports. We'll now move to item G2, the 2025 California School Dashboard presentation.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustees, Suresh, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. It's a pleasure to deliver tonight's presentation on the 2025 California School Dashboard. I'll be joined tonight by Dr. Kathy Knavel, Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services, Dr. Brenda Carrillo, Director of Student Services, Kristen Gonzalez, Coordinator of Student Services, Justin Ponzio, Principal of Bookser Middle School, and Cameron Lewis, Director of Data Assessment Accountability. I would like to thank Director Lewis and his team for the data analysis and visualizations in the presentation and on the report that's part of tonight's agenda item and in the handouts that we shared with the board and are available by the entrance. Next slide, please. As you may recall, the dashboard is part of the state's accountability system and is updated annually. It functions as both the district and individual school level. It focuses on 8 performance areas within 6 key performance indicators: academics, English language arts, math, English learner progress, and science next year, graduation rate, college and career readiness, suspension, and chronic absenteeism. At the October 9th board meeting, we went in depth on the CASP and CAST assessment results showing district performance in English language arts, mathematics, and science. Tonight, we'll talk a little bit about academic indicators, but focus primarily on the other key performance indicators listed. Next slide. Dashboard status is determined by a combination of initial status, think of that as a starting point, and change, the size of positive or negative growth from that starting point, and yields a performance color rank going from red to orange to yellow to green to blue, with blue being the highest, as you see represented on these speed dials. One thing to remember is that on the academic indicators, we want to see increases and higher rates, while on suspension and chronic absenteeism, we want to see decreases and lower rates. Next slide. The state creates dashboard performance matrices of 5 rows by 5 columns, known as the placemat, to show both performance status and rate of change for schools and student groups. The rows represent the level of performance on the indicator from very low at the bottom to very high at the top, and the columns represent positive or negative change in performance from decline significantly to increase significantly. The higher your level of performance and the higher your rate of positive growth, the greater the chance you have of being in the green or the blue performance color, which is where we want to be. Please note, every indicator has its own 5x5 grid, which determines placement. And some indicators use grids that have different intervals of status and change depending on the school type. There is a school view and a student group view, which places the schools or the student groups in the appropriate cell on the matrix based upon their starting point and their rate of positive or negative change for the year. So in this example, we see English language arts by school, and you can see the distribution of our schools based upon their performance and their positive or negative change. So, and then there are each of these for mathematics, science, all of the indicators. And anybody can go on the California Dashboard website and toggle among these and see where our schools fall out on these placemats. Now, there's also a school level version of this that schools use to assess their own relative performance. And I'm going to invite Mr. Ponzio to come up and talk us through the next slide and how Booksir is using the placemat.
Good evening. Yeah, so, every year we try to look at our data to see where we had successes and where we had challenges. It's really small, so you can see, probably hard to see, but our English language learners gained 5.2 points on the ELA. Now they are still below standard, so we are constantly working on it. What Dr. Wright shared was, we are pursuing perfection, which means that we are never stopping. To that end, I really want to say thank you to our staff at Booksir Middle School who have really shown a huge emphasis on looking at informational reading comprehension. And they started this last year in January and have continued. Our staff this year has an instructional leadership team specifically focused on providing informational text reading comprehension strategies to all of our teaching staff, more of our Tier 1 strategies. Additionally, our problem of practice is focused clearly on literacy and supporting students too. So we're trying to make sure that all of our boats are rowing in the same direction. Our counselors, two of our counselors are creating after-school tutoring programs twice a week as well to try to capture students. And also, I would say they have a very specific goal in focusing on supporting our English language learners and making sure that they are achieving at higher rates than they have in the past. Finally, we have welcomed our Arupe students who are Santa Clara University students into our classrooms as well to help with those small groups as well. All of this is really teacher and staff run. All of it is coming from what the staff perceives as what is needed to support our students. So I couldn't be more proud of the staff for really encompassing what it means to go all in and looking at the data. So I'm really proud to serve alongside with them. And I love that they are focused on this. They just gave a presentation yesterday during our all-staff meeting focusing on professional development, how we can really help support our students. We know that informational text is everywhere. Students consume it all the time. And so we look at this not only as how do we help support our students from a proficiency on a state test, but really as a life skill. Thank you.
Thank you. And that attention to the relative performance of student groups on these different indicators is being replicated at schools across our district. Next slide, please. So this just very quickly is a list of links that represent all the placement reports available at the district level and for each school in correspondence with the 8 performance areas. So invite people to go to the website, check it out. So on to our district results. Next slide. I'll do a high-level overview, and then Kathy, Brenda, and Kristen will focus on how we're addressing some of our challenge areas. Next slide. Here are our overall results. The district saw a positive change in 5 of the 8 performance areas: English language arts, math, graduation, chronic absenteeism, and science. We maintained in 1, college and career readiness, and we declined in 2, English learner progress and suspensions. The following slides provide a closer look at these hard-to-read results on this slide, and I'll share also how the results are calculated. Next slide. So starting with the academic indicators, English language arts and math. These results are calculated using scale scores obtained by students on the CASP assessments in ELA and math in grades 3 through 8 and 11. Our English language arts status changed from decline on last year's dashboard to increased on this year's dashboard due to a 6.8 point increase. Our performance color stayed green. Our math status also increased by 5 points, which represents a change from last year's maintained status and shows a shift from yellow to green. So that represents a positive change. The graduation rate indicator represents a percent of students who are part of a 4-year cohort and graduate within 4 or 5 years and who receive a regular high school diploma or the newly defined diploma for students with exceptional needs. Students who complete or pass other high school equivalency tests are not counted as graduates. Students with dashboard alternative schools with dashboard alternative school status or DAS, which previously used a 1-year graduation rate, have now been added to the 4-year cohort methodology. So our graduation rates overall are 90.9%, just under 91, which was a 1.9% increase and moved the district from yellow to green. The college and career indicator measures the percent of our graduates who met specific state criteria for college readiness and career readiness. The criteria include CASP scores, advanced placement scores, course grades, CTE course completion, college credits, UCCSU eligibility, and more. It's a complex indicator. We are in the blue status with 70.7% of our graduates meeting the criteria, maintaining, but we're maintaining because of a small increase, but it bumped us over the edge from green to blue. Science is not highlighted this year because it's not yet an official indicator. Next slide. You can see from this slide that growth was very consistent across student groups in English language arts, with 11 of 12 groups showing growth. We want to highlight the double-digit growth of our English learner, multilingual learner students and our Black African American students. Also, an honorable mention for students with IEPs who showed a 5.5% point increase. This result moved them out of the red into the orange band. And the result was bolstered by the district's increased participation rate for this student group, which was a focus of our differentiated assistant work under Dr. Knavel. This ensured that the district was no longer penalized for low participation, which was the case last year, which actually depressed our scores. So we got back up over the threshold, the state threshold. Next slide. 6 of 10 student groups showed growth in graduation rates, and we wanted to highlight that the largest increase was students with IEPs, with an increase of 5.7 percentage points. So congratulations on that effort. The chronic absenteeism indicator is applied to students in K through 8 who've been enrolled for at least 31 instructional days. Students are considered chronically absent if they miss 10% or more of their expected instructional days, or about 18 absences. Qualifying absences are excused in person, unexcused absent in person, out of school suspension, and non-ADA generating independent study. We maintained our yellow performance color with a 1 percentage point decline, so a slight decline. But this is the second consecutive year of declines in chronic absenteeism district-wide, which also followed our differentiated assistance work on chronic absenteeism in relation to students with disabilities and students experiencing homelessness. Next slide. While it's important to celebrate improvement and recognize the hard work behind those improvements, it's also important to confront the challenges we face as a district. So with English learner progress, this indicator is calculated using the district results on the LPAC, which is the assessment our English learner students take annually to demonstrate their progress in achieving proficiency in English. 53.4% of our multilingual learner students moved up 1 level or remained at level 4 on the LPAC, which was the highest level. This result represents, unfortunately, a decline of 2.1 percentage points, which moved us from green to orange, despite the positive progress seen among our long-term English learners, who actually increased 8.5 percentage points. So this is there's the positive and the negative in there. I do want to point out that LTEL progress on the LPAC has been a focus of several of our schools, so it's heartening to see those results for the LTELs. Suspension rate. This indicator represents the percentage of students who were suspended at least 1 time during the school year. A student can be suspended multiple times in a year, but will only count towards the district or school total suspensions once. Both in-school and out-of-school suspensions are counted in the number of students suspended. We are in the orange status due to a 0.6 percentage point increase after previously being green. Another significant concern, while the numbers may seem small, the 0.6, it's actually moving from a suspension rate of 2.4% to 3% actually represents a 25% increase in the total number of students suspended. Brenda Carrillo and Kristen Gonzalez will speak to this challenge shortly and the steps we're taking as a district to address it. Next slide. While our LTELs made progress on the LPAC towards English proficiency, we unfortunately saw a decline in their English language arts performance on CASP. As a reminder, our 225 LTELs are students who have not yet been reclassified as fully English proficient after 6 years in our schools. Our 55 students who are currently experiencing homelessness saw a decline in math achievement, and we continue to be in the red. White and Asian students saw a decline in their graduation rates of 95 to 94% and 94 to 93% respectively. However, the other 8 groups, student groups showed gains in graduation rate, including that 5.7% gain by our students with IEPs. And the overall district graduation rate increased to 90.9%. So I'm going to invite Dr. Carrillo to come up. Next slide.
So on this slide, I'm going to be focusing on foster youth. And as you all probably know, youth in foster care tend to face a variety of risk factors, many of which can impact attendance and engagement. For example, we know that in our district, many of our students are experiencing multiple placements within a school year. Sometimes we have students move 2 and 3 times within a school year because of the placement changes. We also have students that are placed out of county. So our students that are placed outside of county, but also students from other counties being placed within Santa Clara School District. We also have many students who are facing trauma or have mental health issues as a result of the abuse and neglect that they experienced to be in foster care. So the increase in chronic absenteeism is based on an N size of 24. It's a fairly small number of students. So we're not surprised to see the double digits, but based on that small number, we also see some opportunities for us to really lean into supporting this small group of students. Currently, the district does have a family liaison who works with our foster youth and meets with the students on a regular basis, talks with foster parents, connects with the school, sends emails to the principal, the counselor, and the secretary to make sure that when students come to our schools that they're well received and that there's a warm handoff that happens. We also tracked data on all of our foster youth, including attendance data on a monthly basis to see when we are seeing dips and gains. We also work closely with the Department of Family and Children's Services, as well as the County Office of Education, who stay on top of us in terms of making sure that we're tracking our foster youth. The other thing that's important to mention is that we also offer transportation in a variety of fashions for students, everything from bus passes to tokens to actually picking students up and bringing them in a one-on-one fashion to school. We want to make sure that they can get here. This year, we've seen an increase in students in foster care. We've actually doubled our number. We have approximately 47 students who are in foster care. And given the increase in students and some of the complexities that we know happen with some of these cases, we have partnered with our counseling department to help us to better meet the needs of our students while they're at school. And so we've been working with our counseling department on training them on how to run queries so that they can stay on top of foster youth, because that data does change on a fairly regular basis as students are placed within and outside of the district. The counseling department has added that query as one of their key queries that they will be running yearly to make sure that they're paying attention to this particular student group. And probably the most exciting part of this work is that the counseling team has launched a sort of a intervention program, if you will, where they're meeting with EL students, newcomer students, like the first week, and then in the second week, and the third week, and then the fourth week, to make sure that students have this, again, warm transition. And so they will be replicating that model for our foster youth to make sure that, again, we have checkpoints and standardizing the content of those check-ins to make sure that we're checking in on academics, attendance, engagement, and anything else that the student may need to make sure that they are attending school and have what they need to maintain that engagement. At this point, I think Kristen is going to be speaking to the next slide.
So when Brad was presenting, he shared that our district is currently in the orange on suspensions, which is a 0.6 increase in our overall suspensions. But when we take a deeper dive just to see more about what's going on, we take a look at our subgroups, and we can see that 10 of our 14 subgroups, the 10 are listed up above, saw an increase in their overall suspensions last year, which contributed to our overall 0.6 growth in suspensions and moving us into the orange. We're working to address our student behaviors and make sure that they're aligned with our new work around MTSS and building a system of support so that those two things are operating in conjunction rather than in isolation. And our goal is to shift practices toward, and we have started this already, but continuing to shift practices toward a culturally responsive, restorative and approach, and reinforcing behavioral expectations at the same time with our students. As we make a strategic approach to addressing this issue, we've already begun the work, and it falls into 3 different categories. First category is around strengthening and deepening our understanding around this data and who the students are and what is going on with these individual students that is causing a behavior that then is leading us to suspension rates that we have. And Kathy Knable will talk, Dr. Knable will talk more about this because today a group of us attended Differentiated Instruction Improvement Support Network at the county office and did a lot of work strategizing around a couple of groups in particular that have brought our district into differentiated assistance in this area. The other category is around shifting mindset and building capacity through all of our staff, administrators, teachers, classified staff, and doing work to promote restorative and culturally competent mindset throughout our organization. We have a foundation of that work going, and we need to grow and be stronger in that work. Most recently, our administrators, our certificate administrators at our most recent GAM participated in a training from Attorney Dora Dome around making sure that we have the most up-to-date information about current ed code laws and policies and practices so that we are making sure that we are compliant with the law when we are having to move through suspensions or address behaviors and take all other means of correction other than a suspension, which the law requires in many circumstances for certain student conduct. The law requires that prior to doing a suspension, you must try other means of correction. So our administrators participated in that training just this past Monday. The feedback has been from the training overwhelmingly positive with requests for more and more training and training to move to different groups within our organization so that we're all understanding the laws and parameters in which we're working. The last strategy category that we're employing to address the situation is around developing interventions and aligning practices across all of our sites and across the district to support our consistent guidance and consistent practices of how we respond to behaviors and promoting consistent restorative approaches to our discipline and our student behavior response. We're currently we have a group in student services right now researching and developing looking to develop a centralized menu of options of alternatives to suspension and other means of correction so that sites can tap into that and trying to provide district coordinated supports that the sites can refer to or tap into rather than having individual sites develop these on their own. I think our next speaker is Kathy.
Good evening. So as Mrs. Gonzalez alluded to, we are in differentiated assistance for a couple of areas on the dashboard. So to put it simply, districts become eligible for differentiated assistance support to address performance inequities for student groups that show disparities on 2 or more areas on the dashboard. Differentiated assistance consists of a 2-year improvement cycle. And over the past 9 years, we've received support for different student groups in different areas. And the continuous improvement process has led to successfully exiting differentiated assistance in the past. For instance, in 2023, 2024, and 24-25, the differentiated assistance team focused on students with disabilities in the academic priority area. And with the ongoing work for the last 2 years in the area of CASP participation and CASP improvement, we exited out of DA due to, among other things, intentional actions, including staff training on CASP participation and the co-teaching model, which prepared students towards success on the CASP by their placement in general education courses that have a higher level of rigor and increased testing experience. Earlier today, the district team attended a differentiated assistance session where we took a deep dive into our current areas of eligibility, which you see up here. After digging into both district level and site level data, the team did a root cause analysis, and based on the areas and the student groups, focusing on suspensions, which have unfortunately increased across the district for many subgroups, seemed the most impactful, knowing that suspensions also will help us improve chronic absenteeism, because when a student is suspended, they're absent. So the bigger focus, if we really focus on the suspensions and prevention of suspension, we will also affect chronic absenteeism. The team then moved into a brainstorming session looking at long-term systemic action items, as well as those that might be short wins for us. Through our monthly check-ins with our county office support providers, we will develop an action plan and some next steps to walk us through. And you heard from Ms. Gonzalez and Dr. Carrillo that we have started that. We're not waiting. We've done some training already, and we will continue to do that. And I will turn it over back to Brad, I believe.
So now for the next couple of slides, we're focusing in on our Hispanic Latino students who comprise 37% of our student population and have been a focus. So Dr. Carrillo is going to start with the challenges. You can see here, you can see here the dashboard for this group. We improved our performance color for Latino students on 4 of the areas. We will be focusing in on suspension and then some positives as well. So, next slide.
This is one area in which our Hispanic and Latino students showed a decline in performance status or color, moving from the green to the orange due to that 0.9 increase of students that were suspended, which equals about 25% increase from 24-25, and is in line with our overall increase in student suspensions from last year. To address this increase, one specific strategy that we are using is training student services and wellness staff, including, for example, our attendance liaison who's out meeting with students around attendance and engagement, and our district social workers on several culturally competent curricula that we plan to include in the other means of correction menu that Ms. Gonzalez spoke about just a few minutes ago. Just to give you an example of some of the programs that we're researching and training in, one is called Joven Noble, which is a program that really focuses on the rite of passage that young people experience, especially Latino male students, and really comes from an asset-based in thinking about how students experience their culture and their communities. Another example is Girasol, which is an indigenous-based leadership program for young women of color. And finally, Circle Keepers, which is essentially a part of our restorative practices package to really think about how we can use circles to restore when harm is happening as opposed to moving towards suspensions. And so we believe that by researching and starting to implement some of these culturally relevant programs that are very specific for some of our student groups, that we will build alternative pathways to our current practices around suspension. And I believe that Brad's back.
Okay, and finally, some positive news here. The largest increase for the Hispanic Latino student group was seen with the English language arts indicator, which increased because of a 7.7 scale point gain. So this changed our performance color from orange to yellow. Although not pictured on the slide, the district stayed in the orange performance color for math with only a very modest 1.6 point increase. Under chronic absenteeism, our Hispanic Latino students saw a 1.8 percentage point reduction, but still quite high at 19.3%. The result was assigned a decline status, which maintains our yellow performance color. The district maintained its status and performance color for students, our Hispanic Latino students in college and career preparedness, with 50% of students identified as being well prepared. This represents a modest, just a little less than a 1 percentage point increase from last year, and we remain at the yellow level. And while we're rightly focused on better understanding the causes of our challenges in order to effectively address them, it is also important to study our successes, to understand why positive progress was made so it can be replicated and sustained. And one way we can do that, similar to featuring Mr. Ponzio earlier, is to understand which schools are moving the needle and why. And so for this part, I'll turn it over to our DAA Director, Cameron Lewis, to focus on the school level.
Righty, good evening, everyone. So as Mr. Stam just said, all the data that we've looked at thus far has been district overall, but those district overall results are an aggregate example of what is happening at our schools. And so for this next section, this is going to look a little bit different than what we've provided you in the past, which was a very laborious slog through, each and every indicator. So this time we're switching it up and we're going to go school type by school type. And we're going to talk very high level about what the changes were amongst our school sites. So as you've all just heard, the dashboard is primarily focused on color, right? It's the state accountability metric. And color is that very in your face sort of a representation of performance. And so it's really about when you immediately look at the dashboard, are you seeing more blues? Are you seeing more greens? Or is it more orange and more yellow and heaven forbid more red? But so that is sort of the structure. And so as a reminder, right, when we talk about those colors, we're talking about two very specific components interacting with each other. So the status, so where are we currently? And this is our 24-25 data. And then the change, right? So what is that difference between those last two dashboards, the 2024 dashboard and our now current 2025 dashboard? And so we're going to talk about this in reference to promising change, which is going to be represented by a blue plus sign, and then an area of growth, which is going to be represented by the negative sign there, or the dash, the black dash. Alrighty, so this is a look at our elementary schools, and it is by each indicator. So we have the ELA, the math, the science, the English Learner Performance Index, or ELPI, suspension and chronic absenteeism. And so what you're seeing is a comparison between our overall results for our schools that were in the red, orange, yellow, green, or blue in relation to each one of those dashboards and indicators. So an overall view of our elementary schools would reveal that we have overall positive change as it relates to our ELA performance. And so the majority of our elementary schools earned a higher status. So we really saw increases in blue from the previous school year. And so some of those schools that we saw that, so Agnew Elementary increased significantly. They had a 27.1 average point increase. And so now they are 17.4 points above ELA standard. And so I know we've talked a lot about that. Let me just explain that for a moment for those of you who may not be aware. When we're talking about the dashboard, we're trying to get to 0 if you are negative points below. And so it's how many scale score points on average every student in the school, right? When you average that, where does that land? So if it's a positive number, that means that you are above standard on average. If it's a negative number, that means that you're below. But what the dashboard does that the CASP results do not do that we saw last year, or excuse me, last presentation, not quite last year yet. What we saw in the last presentation is that you're looking at the percent median exceeding standard, right? When you're talking about CASP overall. But when you're talking about the dashboard, you're looking at that incremental change from where you started. And so that's where you're going to see more growth, where you're moving kids, right, who may not yet be at standard, but they're absolutely moving in the right direction. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about those points. And so we can see that ELA overall, right, we saw some increases moving from yellow to blue. Actually, that was Agnew, right? So with that huge 27.1% point gain. And then we had some schools moving from green to blue. So that was Milliken and Ponderosa. So Ponderosa had it's called an increase significantly, right? And so they saw a 16.6 point increase, whereas Milliken saw a 6.7. And so now they are both. So Ponderosa is 41.1 points above ELA standard, and Milliken is 109.8 points above standard. So now we usually don't talk about schools in comparison, but this is a public-facing document. It's in our report. There are color graphs there that for you all to grab, and they've been provided for our trustees as well. And so the information that I'm going over right now is in there, so you can see these numbers for yourself. And then, of course, we had our Laurelwood and Washington Open, which maintained their blue status. And then, so in addition to those promising challenges, right? So those promising changes, excuse me, that are represented by the blue, we're going to talk I just picked one of the areas of growth. And so suspension amongst our school sites, we did see one school move from orange to red for suspension, and that was Scott Lane Elementary. But then we saw some other sites, right, that moved from a blue status, so the highest status possible, to an orange, or a green, the second highest status, also to an orange. And so this represents, right, what we're seeing with that information that Dr. Carrillo just presented to you all. So those schools that moved from blue to orange, so Agnew Elementary saw a 1.5 point increase, and Sutter saw a 1.1 point increase, and then Bowers and Briarwood moved from green to orange with a 0.4%, or excuse me, point increase and a 0.9 point increase relative to the school sites. Now, I will say that we did a little bit of analysis into that data, and I will tell you that for Bowers, what we realized is that represented, it was a combination of both a reduction of the students that are actually falling into that and a increase of one student. So that increase of one more student suspended from last year to this year caused that particular school to move, right, from a green status to an orange status. So in some cases, the margins here are pretty thin. I will go through middle school with a little less specific. So for middle school, we have our, oh, hang on, it's not yet there. Oh, thanks, Jeff. So middle schools, we can see a little bit more pluses than we saw amongst our elementary school sites. And the pluses are really just, right, that relative change, right? Are we seeing more orange, or excuse me, less orange? Are we seeing more blues, more yellows? And so you can see there that for ELA, for math, we have a plus sign there because we saw decreases in schools, in our middle schools, right, that received an orange color in both ELA and both math. A plus there also for English learner performance. They increased, right, into the yellow overall as a middle school group. And so some of the promising outcomes that happened there, we had Peterson Middle increase their math by 10.2 points. And so another 24.1 above, and Cabrillo also saw increases of 10.6 points for math. And so they both maintained their green status, but with those solid gains. We also saw Huerta, Dolores Huerta Middle, move from orange to yellow with a 6.4 increase. And so then suspensions again for challenges there. We did see Buxer, Cabrillo, and Peterson all move from green to orange due to increases in their suspension rates. And then lastly, we're going to talk about our secondary or our high schools here. So in the alternative schools are also included, right? So this is New Valley, it's Community Day, it's Wilson as well. And so here we see that across the board, we saw positive changes on our dashboard results as it relates to our high schools. That plus minus there for math is, there were lots of movements. So some went up and some sort of went down, but it was really more of like maintained. There wasn't a clear call out for the positive growth there. But because everything's positive, all of my comments are going to be about the promising changes. And so in ELA, we did see one of our high schools move from a yellow status to blue, and that was Wilcox High School. That increased significantly with 55 points. And so now they are 76.3 points above ELA standard. And so that is an amazing result there. It may even be one of the largest I've ever seen, actually, on the dashboard, not even, outside of this district. So also with promising changes at our high school, we had suspension rates were down at MEX, so Mission Early College. They had a significant decrease with 2.6 points, and Wilson Alternative also had a decrease of 1.9 points, and now they're at 0% suspended. At least that was for last year. So certainly the work of the DEN or of the other things that the student senator told us about today would probably contributed to that change. And then lastly, for graduation rates, we did see promising changes at New Valley Continuation High School that increased their graduation rates 6.7 percentage points, and now they're at 84% graduation rate. And then also at Santa Clara High, which increased 3.5 points. And now they're at 94.7, and that moved them from yellow to green. Oh, and New Valley also went from orange last year to green now due to that result. And so all of the even more detail, the one I just gave you can be found in our report. There is a link to it on the last slide. And of course, the tables that have been provided for you tonight are also in that report, along with all of the other changes that I did not mention amongst our schools. And I think we're at questions.
That's it, yeah. So the team is happy to answer any questions at this point.
Trustee Rotterman?
Apologize, I'm trying to understand some basics here. So I apologize, maybe I'm just not too with it. But from what I can see, there's student scale scores, and those come from the Smarter Balanced. And those scales are somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2,000 points, 3,000 points. They're a fairly large number. Then the next piece you've got is the CUT score. And the CUT score is the score that where the standard was met. And then you have the DFS, which is what you're using for your colors up here, which is the distance between the CUT score above or below the CUT score. And I'm assuming that's in the same student scale points that you were using initially. So if your student scale points were 2,100 and meeting and the CUT was 1,800, and so you were 20 above, you'd be 20 points above that 1,800 CUT score. Do I have that part of it close to right?
Yeah, you are correct. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm seeing in here, because it seems to me that the standard student scale scores are fairly large numbers, like I said, 2,000 to 3,000 points. And so when we see up here an increase of 4 points, we're talking 4 points out of 2,000 just to be on the generous side. Which is percentage-wise a very small increment. Now, I'm not saying this isn't an accurate or good way to do it, but I was trying to wrap my head around, well, okay, if we've had a 55 point, which you said is one of the largest you've ever seen at Wilcox, congratulations, Wilcox. But at any rate, what does that mean? And 55 points out of 2,000 makes it a little less impressive. But then I don't know, I mean, does anybody ever score like out of that 2,000? Does anybody ever score like 500? I mean, is it on a Smarter Balanced test? I'm just having trouble understanding the relative importance of these numbers.
Well, no, so I think you are not alone and sort of wondering, right, about the change. What I would say is that this is the result of the so when the state changed its accountability system, right, and moved towards this model, they went through several different planning sessions and they invited the community to come in and give feedback, right, as to what the cut scores would be. Your point about how much growth is considered good growth, I'm gonna come back to that, I promise.
Okay.
One thing that they did, right, to try to account for that is that ELA and math, the point difference actually varies by school type. So elementary, right, has a different threshold that they have to hit versus middle school versus high school. And so so when you look at the 5x5 grids, it'll vary. And that's what they're trying to do to sort of acknowledge the fact, right, that like as you go up in standards, things get a little bit harder. It is relative to grade level, right? So your minimum cut score for an elementary school, it's going to be, or third grade, right, is going to be lower than fourth grade, then fifth grade, then sixth grade, and it progressively gets higher. Now,
Okay, so I looked up, just to make sure I'm following you.
Uh-huh.
I looked this up and I do see the grade differentials.
Yes.
But I also see differential within it. So for instance, for level 3, which is MET,
Yes.
for an 11th grader in math, it's showing 2653 to 2717 is met the expectation.
Mhm.
Okay, but if you go down to third grade, it's 2490 to 2585.
Yes.
I'm not sure why met the expectation has a range.
Yeah.
It would seem to me that ought to be a discrete number. But again, this isn't my area of expertise.
Well, it's the status that it's trying to determine, right? So it's whether or not you're high, you're low, you're
So if you're in that range, you've relatively met status. Okay. fine,
yes,
go
that's
ahead.
where your status is, and
That's
then
all I'm concerned
it will
about, thank you.
consider a change. The part that I paused that you're not going to like is I purposely did not talk about one new thing that came to that's on the dashboard now, and that is the state's growth measure. We have been waiting, those of us who have been here from the beginning, and I was one of them, we have been waiting for the state to give us a indication of how much growth is good growth, right? How much is an expected amount of growth? We've been waiting for about 10 years for this. My team just went to Sarah. We heard this from the CDE. That growth metric now is based off of any change whatsoever, and that includes 1 point. And that will say that we've made growth. And so for as loosey-goosey, I'll say, as you are alluding to, as you are saying, as you are recognizing, right, that those levels are, the state said that we will have the most stable growth model because ours is using our current cut scores, but saying just 1 point's difference will be enough growth. And so I would say that it's safe to say that, well, actually, I'm not going to publicly criticize the CDE, but what I will say is that there was shock. Well, I won't criticize them more. I won't say what I really want to say.
I'm trying to figure out what
but there was
1/2000th is a percentage.
right, but I'm just that's currently how we are looking at growth.
Wow, okay. Well, this is an impressive report. I do want to make sure I understand what data you put in this report. So I'm using right now the Santa Clara Unified School District one. And just for the fun of it, since I used math a second ago, I'm going to pick the Santa Clara Unified all students because that's an easy one to find. It's upper left corner. And it says increase. So we did 5.4 points went up over the whole thing. And I don't know how you, for the whole school, get a cut score since you've got them differentiated by grade. But
so it's every student contributes. So if you're a fourth grader, a third grade student, their points will be in relation to the third grade cut score, fourth grade in relation to the fourth grade. It is student by student, and then you average.
Okay. I see what you're doing, but okay, so that's there. So you got 5.6 points went up, plus 5 points from 2024. So we made a small increase there, which is good. And then the N number that you're presenting here is the sample size, right?
That is how many students contribute, how many student scores contributed to that result.
To that test, okay. So in statistics, that would be the number in the sample.
Yes.
Okay. I know there's a statistic,
Well,
but
it's
that's what
everybody, but
that's how I'm equating it. So the other question then would be, it just went out of my head. Okay. I understand it. I think you're doing an amazing amount of really sophisticated work. I'm not sure, maybe you can tell me how useful this is for the average teacher or even for the district planning, because those numbers seem to be, you know, if you're saying, the old days they had quartiles, okay, so there'd be 4 quartiles, and you're in the lower fourth of et cetera.
Sure.
And so you had some sense of where you were at and how far you could go. In this one, when you say we've increased 23 points.
Mhm.
23 points from what to what? I mean, what's the top? You get what I mean? It's hard for me to understand that. Is this something our teachers can easily work with and say, okay, we've done 23 points up. We only have another 200 to go to max it out?
So historically speaking, the presentation of the academic indicators, ELA and math, have been very hard for people to conceptualize. This, we need to get to zero. So I would say that there's a lot of like work that needs to go into, explaining exactly what we're looking at when we're talking about the indicators. But as far as the impact that has, what I will tell you is that, when you have, again, I want to reiterate that this information will show movement that percent meeting exceeding standard doesn't, right? Because you're talking about, well, are you seeing on average, right, an increase in performance, right, for students? And so just looking at the what happened with our students with disabilities, last year we were in differentiated assistance for our ELA and we were red for ELA. And we were orange in math because there were significant increases in scale score points for math. This year, you see that we're in red. But what that is we maintained. So we had those significant increases for our students with disabilities. We maintained that. So we didn't continue to slide down. We are red, right? And so that will appear negative. But we're able to now have the conversation of, well, we saw increases, we maintained them. That's good. We've got more work to do. But it provides a little bit more nuance to what we're looking at. And I think those have been positive conversations, right? Because we can say, well, we did work, we focused on ELA, we saw the increases were enough to make us no longer red, to make us orange. But how do we make those small incremental steps upward? That's how I've seen the positive sort of impact of this particular data.
Thank you for your patience with me. I understand it much better now. I won't comment on my thoughts beyond that. And thank you to the board for patience, especially Jim for letting me have 2 minutes for like 4 or 5 minutes and then going to 0.03.
Trustee Muirhead.
Well, two parts. One is thank you for the presentation. It's really hard from this level to know like what kind of action we can take. I don't think that there's board action here. Some things are blue and green. That's great. Some things are yellow and red. Okay, that's not so great. But sometimes you get maintained, but you're below that zero. It seems, when I relate it to the CAS report that we had recently, it's like those numbers didn't look good, and yet they might get a green, and you're like, oh, great, but wait a minute, the raw scores still are not so good. And so to me, it's super important that each school is looking at their numbers, their raw data, and not just the color. I mean, the colors are interesting and cute. But it varies so much, like you're saying, how someone can go from yellow to blue in 1 year. It's like, did they really like upend their entire philosophy and come up with something? Well, no, just a few students scored a little bit better. But it's interesting to see, of course. I wanted to respond to something that was brought up by Trustee Ratterman that you were responding to at the CSBA Delegate Assembly this year, where we talk as a smaller group about some of the big issues. A big focus of CSBA for the next year is going to be on holding the state accountable and not just districts accountable. So all this time they've been saying, districts, you need to do better, you need to do better. But there's nothing from the state that says, well, to your point, what is better? And secondly, well, what is the state doing to help us be better? So if there's a problem, what are they doing? What is the governor's office? What is the superintendent of public instruction and the state board? There's all these different groups, and what are they really doing for the districts to help us improve our student outcomes is where, okay, enough. Where CSBA is really going to be focusing. And I'm actually I'm really excited to get involved in that, because I think that is something that's missing, is that we can do things here, but they can give us a lot of help that they are just not providing to the state.
If I could, just to respond to Trustee Ratterman's question about teachers, I think the use of the dashboard is twofold. One is The colors and the change in colors help point us towards where to look and to zoom in, but it's not going to give us the detail, the fine grained detail, but it gives us a starting point. It also allows us to see where there are longer term trends of improvement or negative trends, or things are kind of bouncing up and down. You're right, the end size is important as well, but this is an accountability report. It's not really a formative assessment report. It's not designed really for data inquiry at the teacher level. That's really down to the individual student level and looking at the progress across the quadrants, like our students moving at every level of performance up toward proficiency. Where is that happening? Where are we seeing faster growth? What can we learn from that?
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. This question is for Dr. Knavel. Regarding the 2-year improvement cycle for the differentiated assistance, will there be some point along in those 2 years where you will look at to see, where if there is improvement before you or go all the way? I don't think you would go all the way to the full 2 years, but at what point will you do a check-in to see if what's working and what's not working?
We actually are checking in every month and looking at data with our SCOE friends that help us. They get us on a call every month. We spend at least 3 whole days down at the county office with them, walking us through a continuous improvement cycle, checking data. And I think that's where we had some action statements that we have worked on for the last 2 years, where we really honed in on, for instance, working with our teachers who have students with disabilities and sharing with them what participation actually meant for our dashboard results, and helping them and parents understand that participation was important, as well as working on their comfortability with testing in a gen ed classroom. So yes, we're stepped through all the time. We're looking at data all the time. We were very excited when we found out we exited for that, but that doesn't mean a lot, because with those incremental changes, we have to keep on it. So though we're shifting to suspensions, we have to stay paying attention to our students with disabilities in the area of academics. We can't let it go, because it will slide right back in the next year.
Trustee Canova.
Pretty simple question, but I don't know that we've ever really heard in response to this material that we've received on many occasions. I would love a perspective from our rank and file teachers about this. Is this valuable to our teachers? I don't know if anybody in the audience wants to speak to that, but no. Because that would be interesting to me.
Won't hold it against us.
Well, I guess I'll never know, but I just would be curious to know.
We accept anonymous notes.
Thank you for this. I don't, one of the things that jumped out at me when I was looking at this data was the significant decrease in the English learner progress indicator at Scott Lane. That is very disturbing to me. And not knowing if this is significant on the English only track, or if this is the DLI track that is pushing this decline. But we're clearly failing our English learners at Scott Lane. And so I wanted to understand, I mean, we went from 51.8% last year to 40% this year. So is this, where are we seeing this significant decline? Is it English only, the English only track? Is it the DLI track? What's not working at Scott Lane?
I think you're pointing out a perfect example of how this chart is useful, and that it points to where's flashing red and where do we need to look. I don't have a specific answer for you, but I know that we're going to find out that answer, and we will let the board know.
Okay, because, you know, I I would like to know only because we're moving towards expanding the DLI program at Booksir, and then I would assume at some point we're going to need something at a high school. If if our program at Scott Lane is not getting it done, then, and we need to revamp it or change it in any way before we start expanding it. I know it's a beloved program and it's very popular, but if it's not serving students, we need to look at it. So I think that that's something that I, as Trustee Canova likes to say, as one of 7, I would want to know where this is coming from and if this is a result of some sort of issue with our DLI program or if it's something else. So if that can come to the board at some point, that would be fantastic.
Sure. So because I'm looking at what you're looking at, and I think you're looking at the English language progress indicator, which is red, but their academic ones, they increased on both of those. They're still below, but they increased, so they got yellow. So maybe my question is that academic English learner progress indicator, what is that? What do they have to do to get that metric? Because it's different from just the English language arts CAST test.
Yes, that is correct. So when you're talking about the LP or the English Learner Performance Index, that is measured by results on the LPAC. So every year, our English learners or multilingual learner students have to take the English language proficiency exam, and so that measures whether or not a student is moving up in levels. So if they're moving from a 1 low to a 1 high, or from a 2 low to a 2 high, or a 3. So the band has, excuse me, the LPAC, it measures 4 different performance levels, but for accountability purposes, it's broken into 6 different levels. And so it's looking at changes on that particular exam, and kids who maintain a 4 are there.
So they're increasing in their CASP, their English language skills. They're just not getting better at English language proficiency?
Yes,
Testing
and so
different thing.
it is testing different things. It's a different test, right? So the LPAC is measuring English language proficiency. So can you access the curriculum? Whereas ELA really measures, are you meeting standard? So two different things. But yes, it is essentially saying that that the English learner population, right, has in their progress, right, on the LPAC, that they've decreased significantly while also increasing their ELA. So it's a different test.
Which is also interesting to me because by the time they start testing in 3rd grade, they're doing like 50-50 English and Spanish, I think. They're not doing 100% in English. So I'm not quite sure how that.
Well, so to President Lieberman's comments, Scott Lane's results, it's all in one. So it doesn't recognize our students who are on the DLA track versus the kids who are not. And so I will do the extra legwork of doing that analysis and bifurcating those 2 student groups.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 slips from the public on this item. Dorothy Gio and Maria Kinkin-Gio Brock. It's not on.
It off. So this is something to keep in mind while talking about right sizing or cuts and layoffs, that everything the school district does is in the service of students' learning. And thinking about that standing request, a request for a standing agenda item, the presentation and the discussion that have followed are, meeting that request. We are talking about student achievement right now. Now, last year, the district chose a screener for children to see what the risk of reading difficulty was for kids. And by now, the kindergarten, I think, and certainly the first and second graders have been screened. Do the trustees know? Does the public know the results of the screeners? And I'm asking because we all know that math and reading are gateways, that math is fundamental to all, and reading are fundamental to all other learning, especially reading. And so what's the size of the problem? What is the size of the challenge that needs to be met this year? So I'm talking about a different kind of data that will lead to how well people do on the CASP scores. And I'm saying, do we have this data? Maybe I missed it. Maybe other people got it. I don't go to every meeting, but I hope that the board members at least would know what's the ground floor. And then there was some talk that Dr. Wright gave just really quickly of some things that are being done in elementary school, small groups of second graders, six things being prioritized. That's great. It would be good to know. Thanks.
President Lieberman, Dr. Wright, board members, Ms. Burrell, and staff and teachers and all the certified and classified staff. You bring our students along. And what I kept hearing today, particularly from Ms. Gonzalez, is the need for training, for professional development to deal with kids who are out of control, to motivate the kids who do have a sense of where they're going, to teach them English better. And as the board is moving with the way science reading is moving, having adopted the UFLA curriculum, we're going to see progress that is bigger than the 1 inch that we now understand is in the colors. But where it all comes from is the teachers working with their students and the others' support of the teachers. So I hope that the board year after year will prioritize training of the kind that the teachers and the staff are asking for. And I go back to Dr. Wright's explanation of what he learned during the his first 100 days. And I think I'm quoting him accurately. Teachers are hungry for professional development. Thank you.
Okay. We'll now move, oh, is there any other comment in the room on this item? No? Okay. How about on Zoom? Is there anyone on the Zoom with their hand raised? Okay.
There was a hand, but it has lowered.
Okay.
So, oh, and it's back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, for members of the public who are attending our meeting through Zoom, you can use Zoom's raise hand feature to indicate that you would like to speak on an agenda item. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one that we have in the room, to help you moderate your comments. At the end of 2 minutes, we will have to move on to the next commenter. Our first commenter is Kaushik, and you should be prompted to unmute, and I'm going to have our tech team do that. Kaushik, you should be able to speak.
Yes, can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you for your time. Apologies, I'm in my garage because the kids are sleeping. Um, Good evening. My name is Kaushik Roy. I'm a parent in the district, and I currently serve on 2 different school site councils. Again, because of bedtime routines, I've only had a chance to watch bits and pieces of the meeting so far. I'm speaking tonight because I'm concerned about, after listening to discussion of the school dashboard results and the ongoing right-sizing conversations. Our goal should be to work together in service of equity. While I understand the budget challenges we face, I feel like we're missing 2 critical perspectives. First, regarding our priorities, we spend a great deal of time discussing negotiations and contracts with our labor partners. I respect that process and value our staff. However, I feel there is a silence regarding our contract with the students. Our primary obligation is to our education and well-being. If we solve for students, we will also come to the right solution for staff and administrators. Second, I want to highlight a major gap in identifying our neediest students. In my school site council meetings, we've been receiving messaging from the district to focus on unduplicated students, which is a funding term for foster youth, homeless students, migrant students, English learners, and social economically disadvantaged students. These groups absolutely need our support. However, this definition excludes students with disabilities who do not fall into those other categories. And this exclusion is evident during the preceding presentation about the California Schools Dashboard. The slide deck mentions many different student groups, but the word disability does not show up in any of the slides. I obviously I do see the data in the full report, but I want more focus on these neediest students as well. We can't support our most vulnerable students if we aren't talking about them. There may be changes at the federal level about how we respect people with disabilities. There may be changes in guidance from CDE, but we can do better than that in this district. I urge the board to broaden our lens. Students with disabilities are still struggling when we look at their scores. When we discuss equity, we must explicitly mention special education students. It's not enough to say we care in our spoken word, it needs to be in our written priorities. Let's ensure that we aren't leaving a whole population behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and President Lieberman, that was the only one.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Okay, we will move now to public comment on unagendized items. Before I do that, I will read our civility policy. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. The policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Our first speaker is Eli Swerdlow.
Hi, my name is Eli. I go to Sutter Elementary. I'm in 3rd grade. I'm here to ask if you can maybe help out. Oh, thanks. It's okay, I'll hold it. I'm here to ask if you can maybe help out with our situation. At school, our therapy dog, Buddy, it was no longer allowed on school campus. We all missed him, and we want him back. I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people, students, staff, and their families. And this is important to us because we miss him. He was always a great part of our Sutter community, and he was a great part in Sutter School. I ask you to please help us. bring our therapy dog Buddy back.
Thank you. Thank you, Eli. That was very well done. Mr. Shield, can you work with Eli and his schoolmates about Buddy, the therapy dog, and see what can be done there? Thank you. You did a great job, Eli. Our next speaker is Candace Hawkins.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Candace, and I'm here as a mom. I'm a mom of 3 children who attend Scott Lane Elementary. I have 2 in the English program, and I have 1 in the DLI program. All 3 of my students are doing very well, thanks to the educators that are here today. I'm here because my kindergartner, who attends Scott Lane Dual Language Immersion, has begun to believe something that no child should ever have to think about, and that it's okay for someone to hurt another person, either physically or verbally, as long as the bully says, "I'm sorry." My child has learned this is not from home, but from repeated experiences at school where harmful behavior has been done to my child, her friends, her classmates, her teachers, supporting staff, and administrators themselves. And it's brushed off because they said, "I'm sorry." An apology without protection, accountability, or change is not safety. It teaches our children that their discomfort doesn't matter, that their boundaries don't matter, and that harm that they feel can be erased with "I'm sorry." I'm asking that you take some action to help our students and our staff at Scott Lane and know that they're safe at school, that they can go without. Thank you. It's hard to follow such a cute kid too. But yes, again, the DLI program is amazing. The educators are amazing and they deserve safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Plancart. Oh, it's not.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Monica Plancarte, and I am a parent of 3 boys, 2 of which attend Scott Lane currently and are in the dual immersion program. I want to begin by recognizing the incredible strength this program offers. My family is very grateful with the educators of the hard work that they provide for this program to be successful. But I am here today because of this serious bullying issue that has been going on for more than 2 years. It is now affecting my kindergartner nearly every day. When I recently volunteered in the classroom, I saw firsthand teacher and support staff being harassed by the same student who has repeatedly physically and verbally harassed children and several classmates. Watching the adults struggle and knowing young children face same behavior is alarming and heartbreaking. What hurts even more is that despite reaching out, I have not received any reassurance from administrators that my child will be kept safe. You see, with the suspension rate, it's very high. And currently, with the improving of the behavior, obviously, it's not currently working. The system is not protecting our students and our staff. I'm asking the board to take urgent action to ensure meaningful intervention, accountability, and safety. My child deserves to be safe at school. All the children need to be safe. Our children deserve the same excellence in the protection that we see in all our academic programs. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robin McKay.
I'm going to put on my teacher hat first. I love SCUSD. That's why I work here. I love working at Scott Lane. I love the teachers. That's why I choose to bring my children to Scott Lane. My children have 3 of the best teachers in the district, and I love that my children are becoming bilingual learners. I'm going to put on my parent hat right now. I wanted to come up and yell all the new profanity and show the hand gesture that my child is learning in class, but I thought that that would be inappropriate. That's inappropriate for a boardroom, but apparently it's not inappropriate for a kindergarten classroom. My child is also learning that some children are allowed to hit. My child has watched many of his classmates get picked on one by one, but the other day, it was his turn. Why not just move my kid to another school? Well, the bilingual program is an open enrollment program, and when I signed my child up, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I signed something saying that if poor behavior was an issue, that my child would be asked to leave the program. If I pull my child from that class, another child on the waiting list would quickly take that place. Why should I have to move my respectful, learning child? Why should she have to move her child? Why should she have to move her child? They shouldn't. Those children are all there to learn and deserve the right to a safe education above all else. Please help us.
That was my last slip for unagendized comment. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone in the Zoom? No, okay.
Before we move
Um,
on.
Yeah,
Oh,
can,
thank you.
I wanted to, Dr. Wright, I'm not sure who to direct this to, but can we have someone from staff
Ms. Meltzer.
follow up? Trustee Rotterman?
Just wanted to add to this. We can't take direct action on this, as I know, because it's unagendized. But I'd like to respectfully ask the superintendent to identify and validate the safety issues that have been articulated today, make sure that they're correct, and then find a solution to it. And I personally would like to see a report back from administration saying, what was the real issue? What was it, how it was addressed that way? And if it's something we can't resolve that way, I'd like to bring it back as an agendized item so that we can see this larger. I think it'll get resolved without that, but I really want to do it. And this kind of concern is one that, you know, is urgent because is a safety issue. Assuming that everything was said is correct, and my suspicion is it's probably along those lines, this is urgent, so it needs to be addressed quickly. Thank you, sir.
I agree with you, Trustee Rotterman. I sign on to that request. Okay. We're now going to move on to our consent calendar. Items I1, 2, and 3, Human Resources.
Move to approve.
Second, Rotterman.
I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Consent items consent items J1 through J24.
Move to approve.
Second, Rotterman.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. K1, the second reading of board policy updates recommended from the policy committee meeting on October 29th.
Move to approve.
Second, Rotterman.
Okay, student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Action items L1, the 2026-2027 and 27-28 school calendars. Oh.
Motion
which
to
one's
approve,
L?
Rotterman.
Are there any questions or comments about the calendar? Dr. Gonzalez, do you have anything you'd like to say?
So we should probably mention that the issue with December next year. It's more
The
the
two
board.
meetings. That's a board
We
issue.
already passed that, forget it.
Okay, I have a motion in a second. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item L2, 2025-2026 consultant contract with Educational Management Solutions.
Motion to approve. Rotterman.
Can I get a second?
Second Watanabe.
Y'all just went to sleep.
Apparently. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee, and I vote yes. So that passes 7-0. Action item L3, memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 350, paraeducator reclassification.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
I'll second Watanabe.
Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item M1, the 25-26 first interim budget report and presentation, Mr. Shield.
Good evening. As you know, we are required to pass our adopted budget in June of every year or by June 30th. And we are also statutorily required to provide an update to the report in December, known as our first interim update. We'll come back in March and we'll give our second interim update. The purpose of this is to provide an update based upon the most relevant and new information that we have available since the last time the budget was approved or the reports were approved by the board. Before I proceed, I want to say thank you to Shana Yam, our Director of Fiscal Services, who is here with us this evening. She and her team have done an amazing job, and I'd also like to commend two of her managers, and that's Patricia Eagles and Kim Nguyen as well. Their work on this has just been astounding, and so I just wanted to recognize all three of them. With that being said, some updates, and I'll just jump right into it. The property taxes, it's a tale of good news, bad news. The good news is that our secured property tax revenues, after our most recent meetings and documentation from the county assessor's office, our secured property tax revenues came in a little bit higher than projected, about $3.9 million. So we're happy about that. Bad news is that while we were in the meeting, we discovered and we heard that there were about 5 parcels in the San Jose Redevelopment Agency that had a negative roll correction to the tune of $4.6 million. And that is not the amount of the negative roll correction. That is the amount of the lost property tax revenue to our district. Was $4.6 million. We heard about this in the quarterly meeting with the county assessor's office. We had no advance notice of it. I am working with those respective elected agencies to see if there's a way that in the future, if there is something like this that has such a significant negative impact, if there is a way that we can receive more timely communication. We're fortunate in this regard that our secured had already increased because that helped offset the negative of what could have happened. However, so the net result of this is a decrease of about 544,000. It could have been much worse. If secured had not increased by 3.9 million, we'd be having a much different conversation right now. So that's why I say it's good news and bad news. Now, it's not all bad news. As I will share later, the increase in secured has a positive benefit to us in our multi-year projections. I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. This is not horrible news, but it could have been much worse if, again, if our secured had not increased and we were only looking at the negative roll correction. So looking at in totality, this is the change in all of the 4 individual line items that make up the property taxes for the district. Again, minimal changes in unsecured and homeowners exemptions, and you see just those changes of in secured and redevelopment agency. We are at, again, 544,000 decrease at this point in time. I do want to call one attention to, in that first column, unaudited actuals. The redevelopment agency had 45.7 million, and it looks like a pretty significant decrease. I just want to remind the board that we received a one-time property sale last year of 8.9 million that was included in that amount. So while that was 45.7 million last year, there was 8.9 million of that was one time. And so that's the reason for that drop off significantly from there to the 37 and now the 32 we know is the negative roll correction. But I just wanted to provide that as a reminder to the trustees. I've already mentioned this, that increase in secured property taxes will have a positive impact on the future years of the budget. And I'll talk more about that in just a few moments. At this point in time, we don't have any information to change our 5% projection for the current year. And a little bit of precursor, a little bit of crystal ball for the future part of the presentation. We also don't have a reason to change the 5% in the out years as well. So that's both good and bad. That means we're about right where we thought we would be in our budget. We were hoping it would be better at this point in time, but it's not to that point yet. So we're still at that 5% place. We'll continue to monitor this and we'll provide another update in March. In regards to the rest of the revenues, you see some modest changes throughout the rest of the portion of the budget. I want to call your attention specifically to the federal and state. The $1.2 million increase in state, that is a carryover of unspent federal grants from the prior year. So as a reminder, when you receive a grant in a prior year and you don't spend it and you haven't received the money, that you record the revenue in the year you actually do spend it. So that's the recording of that revenue that was not spent in 24-25 and recording it in 2025-26 and the year that we anticipate spending that. That is also the reason for most of the $8 million increase as well. There is a significant carryover in the arts and materials, arts and music instructional block grant, classified summer assistance program, the learning recovery emergency block grant, and the ELOT program. So that makes up a significant portion of that $8 million increase that we're seeing. Again, carryover revenue from the prior year that will be spent during the current year. As we look at expenses, there were some changes in our expenses since the adopted budget. We continue to monitor it on an ongoing basis. The first is that we did have some additional personnel that were hired this year that we did not anticipate when we approved our adopted budget. Most of that was within our special education program. We also had some one-time costs for those one-time revenues within the district. Those costs also from prior year unspent programs. And then we did have an increase in legal costs and utilities in the forecast period as well. And I'll talk about that here. You'll see that these individual changes, so that books and supplies increasing to 14 million. When we put those carryover budgets in, we put those into the books and supplies line item. And then the individual departments and the sites will put in budget transfers to move those to where they're actually going to be spent. So some of that will end up getting moved up to salaries and benefits over time. Some of it will get moved down to services. We need the information from the school sites and from the departments of how they're actually going to spend those resources. That will continue to happen throughout the fiscal year. But that's the reason for that carryover increase. The other piece that we see in the services line item is a $4 million increase. Some of that is a carryover, but there is two pieces in there that is a significant increase. One of that is our legal costs are coming in significantly higher this year than we had originally anticipated. So far, this budget represents a $650,000 increase in legal costs compared to our original adopted budget projection. There's also a significant increase of about $540,000 attributed to our utility costs. Most of that is related to electricity. Not surprisingly, while we're in most of our areas in Silicon Valley, power, we had a significant increase from the other utility. We're also seeing increase in both our gas and our trash rates greater than what we had anticipated at the adopted budget. So utilities also increasing by $540,000. Those would be considered an ongoing moving forward. Legal, we're going to continue to monitor between now and the second interim report to determine how much of that would be estimated to be an ongoing expense and how much of that would be considered a one-time expense based upon the legal matters that are being investigated and the legal costs incurred. This is the normal pie chart that I show, just the breakdown of salaries. The blue to the top right, that is certificated salaries at about 35%. Classified salaries being 17%, that's directly to the bottom right. The orange slivers are certificated management, that represents 4% of the general fund, and our classified management represents 1%. Our employee benefits, which is both not only our statutory benefits, but also our employer contribution for health and welfare insurance, that makes up 25%. So when you add up just all of those pieces of the pie for salaries and benefits, right now that equates to 83% of our budget. But as we know, we're deficit spending this year. And so when looking at that salaries and benefits as a percentage of our revenue, current year revenues, it would be 96%. We did make some changes into our MYP assumptions. Again, no change in the 5% annual growth in secured, and we will continue to keep an eye on that. There are some areas in California that are starting to see a little bit of an uptick in the residential market. Not in our area yet. It's more in the inland areas, but we're continuing to keep an eye on it. We are starting to see a little bit of movement, a positive movement also in the commercial market. We were just notified this week, and this is a very early project, but we were notified this week that Microsoft is going to be building a data center in the city of San Jose. That is actually part of our boundary in Santa Clara Unified's tax boundary. That's a 250,000 square foot data center. And that land where it's being built is vacant land today. So at some point in time, that's an example of a project where we're starting to see some movement that will have a positive property tax benefit to us in the future. We're still waiting to get some more information and see how quickly they're going to be building that project. We do, as a common practice in our MYP, anything that is a one-time revenue or a one-time expense is moved out after the current year. So it's moved out of the 25-26 budget, or it's moved out before we do our projections starting in 27-28. We did some revised analysis of step and column based upon our actual employees that are in the district today. And so that made appropriate changes in there as well. As a reminder, negotiations are still ongoing, so nothing has incorporated into these projections for that, as well as budgetary reductions. So nothing in budgetary reductions has been included either, except for one piece of positive news that I'll share with you in 2 slides. The first is I talked about that positive benefit of the additional $3.6 million that came in our secured property taxes. And as we know that has a compounding impact. So if you get 3.6 million new in 1 year, then it grows by 5% a year, then that has a positive benefit in each year of the multi-year projection. What this slide shows is that bottom row, what that amount of additional tax revenue that we were able to recognize in each year of the multi-year projection as the result of just 3.6 million. So 3.6 million today had a positive benefit in 2000, and it would have a positive benefit in the 29-30 fiscal year of $5.2 million, 700,000 next year, so on and so forth. Here's the positive news. For the first time in a very, very, very long time, we received notification that CalPERS is recommending a decrease. Don't fall off your chairs. A decrease in the employer contribution in CalPERS statutory benefits for retirement. Next year, the benefit was the percentage was originally projected to be 26.9%. It's projected to be now just 26.4%. It's only a half a point decline, but that saves us $440,000 based upon current salaries. By 2029-30, the original projection was 27%. They're now projecting that to be about 25.3%. And if that were to hold in 2029-30, that would represent a $1.3 million decrease in the 29-30 fiscal year. These have been included into the first interim report because it is relevant and the best information we have available about the estimated employer contributions in future years. There we go. This represents the line graph that you typically receive and see, and it's the change of our projected reserves throughout the MYP period based upon the projections included in our report. You'll see the blue line represents the first interim, while the red line represents the adopted budget. So in those middle years, you don't see much significant change. It's trending a little bit lower than where we were at the adopted budget, but I'm not overly worried about its percentage points. What I will say is the cumulative effect of the property taxes and the CalPERS, by the time you get to 2029-30, that actually provides just those two factors alone in 2029-30 would increase the reserves by 1 percentage point in there. So instead of being at 10.6%, it would increase it to 11.6%. Just those two changes. Some areas of concern, again, I feel like I say this at every meeting, but it's our property taxes. It is our largest portion of our tax revenues. And when things are moving slowly, that is having a little bit, that will have always a concern for us. So we'll keep an eye on the real estate market. We'll wait to see if rates get cut again. They are saying, unlike prior times, small changes in the real estate market are causing buyers to start jumping back in. Even the quarter point decreases. I did see a statistic the other day that something like 2/3 of current homeowners in this area have an interest rate below 4%. And so that will have an impact on how quickly some people jump back into the market as well. Another area of concern is just our continued declining enrollment. Again, while our declining enrollment does not provide additional revenue because we're not funded based upon students or enrollment, it does have an impact on our making sure that we have the right number of people in our organization. So making sure that we clearly understand how many students we're going to have and make sure that we have the right people in the right places at the right time. That will be always something that we will need to continue to keep an eye on. We are a little concerned in regards to the smaller number of student cohorts at the TK, K, and 1 grade levels. Because if they start out small in those grade levels and we continue with our reduction through 6th grade, that will have a long-term impact on the district as well. So that will be something that will have to be an ongoing monitoring for the district as we move forward. These are the reductions, how much is anticipated to be drawn down from our reserves over the current year and the next years. So as of right now, with the first interim report, we would anticipate using about $45 million of our property tax or our reserves in the current year, $34 million next year, or $33.7 million, 26.6, and then 11. How does this compare to this time last year? So this time last year for 2025-26, the first interim report said $46.1 million. And today we're at, this first interim report says 44.8. The 26-27, the first interim report last year said 33.4. It now says 33.7. Again, at the adopted budget, that was 30. So we have seen a slight increase since the adopted budget, but we are comparable to where we were at the first interim report. 27-28 is 26.6. This time last year, we were at 25.1. So those first interim, where the drawdown on the reserves in those 3 years is somewhat comparable to where we were this time last year. And we will continue to monitor that, and also, again, just reiterating that our right sizing plan and our budget reductions have not been incorporated into this, and we are continuing to work on the development of that plan, as Dr. Wright alluded to and stated earlier this evening. This is our timeline over the next several months. I realize that's a little small. I apologize, but in January, Governor will come out with his governor's budget proposal for the 2026-27 budget. I will give you my early read on that. It's not going to be good. I'm sorry. As I was at a conference not too long ago, and someone from the legislative analyst's office indicated that his early read was that the state budget had a hole of about 18 billion for next year. And that would be for the 26-27 statewide budget, 18 billion, growing to 27-28 being about 35 billion. So that's the projection from the legislative analyst's office. We'll wait to see what the governor's office and Department of Finance says. In March, we will bring back to you the second interim report. In May, the governor comes out with the second, or the May revise. On May 26th, May 28th, I can't read that number even on my screen. On May 28th, at that board meeting, we will bring the public hearing for the 2026-27 budget and LCAP. And then in June 11, 2026, we will be bringing the 2026-27 budget and LCAP for board approval. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shield. Before I take board comment and questions, we need to extend the meeting. Please remember, we have closed session to return to. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting to
I hate to say 12, I was going to say, I hate to say 1 a.m. and hopefully we don't need it.
let's do 1 a.m.
Move to extend the meeting to 1 a.m. Broderman.
Okay,
They did this last meeting.
you did. Trustee Canova.
Here.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Yes. Trustee Broderman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Okay. Oh, yes, Natalie is not here. Okay. Trustee Canova.
A couple of things. It's interesting that the data center you mentioned, I read an article about it, and apparently it's related to AI, but whenever we use AI uses a tremendous amount of power. And so this location, and it also needs water because these centers get really hot. And so this is really perfectly located near a power plant and also the water treatment center, and they have an arrangement where they're going to have the water they need and the power they need to run. Not a whole lot of people will be there. I mean, there will be humans there, but not a lot of humans. And but it's going to just gobble up power and gobble up water. And that's a really interesting thing for the future. The thing I was going to raise is at CSBA, I was not there for the day when it was presented, but I heard from several people that non-basic aid districts want to take money away from districts like us. And so do you have any comments about that trend?
Is this being recorded? Is this on live? Is it being recorded? I was in that session. I was very disappointed by what I heard. To be quite frank, as you all know, I have been a member of CASBO's legislative committee for several years. And I'm proud of the work that we have done to advocate for an adequate amount of funding for all districts across the state of California. Whether it's a community funded district, a basic aid district, an LCFF district, a district in Northern California, Southern California, in the middle of nowhere, California, we need to make sure that we have the adequate amount of funding for education. And what I was disappointed by that amount was with that presentation that I heard was, while they said it was not pitting school districts against each other, it was very clearly pitting school districts against each other. There were proposals, and a couple of our trustees, I think, were in the room with me. The proposals that were stated and what was being advocated for, in good conscience, there's no way that I could come to you and say any of these were good proposals. So I don't support what that group was recommending. It would have devastating impacts on a district like Santa Clara Unified, what they were proposing, devastating impacts. And I am sympathetic for the districts in the LCFF districts who are not getting the adequate amount of funding that they need from Sacramento, and we should be having a loud voice about that. Is that okay?
What was disturbing about that conversation, Trustee Canova, was the idea that the solution to the inadequacy of funding is to bring all districts down as opposed to raising
Right.
the LCFF districts up. The solution wasn't to improve everyone, it was to just lower everyone to a level that is not sufficient for anybody. So that to me was the most disappointing and disturbing part of that entire presentation.
If I may say something else, two more things about that. One is that it came out in that because of a question that was asked, maybe by me, was that 19% of the funding to education in Prop 98 is being allocated to programs that are either one-time purposes or unique pet projects of Sacramento administration. Rather than dedicating more of that funding into the LCFF funding formula that would actually have a benefit to those school districts and that are funded by the LCFF, they're funding it into projects that may not be in the best interests of the communities that they serve. And so that would be one way to be able to actually do this. The other thing that I will just say, and I'm not going to call out who, but one of the organizations who is spearheading this is a partner of Santa Clara Unified. And so that is something else that is very disturbing as well. I'm just going to leave it there.
Trustee Muirhead.
Just to start by saying, I think CSBA wants the pie to be bigger so that everyone gets more and not to take money from one district. So put that out there. I had a couple of questions. The 4.6 million decrease in RDA pass-throughs. Can you talk a little bit more, like, was that just buildings that were reassessed, like, for a lower amount? Are those gonna pop back, or?
They should pop back at some point in time. We don't know when. And there is a procedure, so you all know that under Prop 13, property tax values can typically only grow maximum amount by 2%. There is a provision in the law that when there is a negative roll correction, that it can grow by more than 2% in a year. So at some point in time, it should bounce back. I just don't know when. And I don't know if it'll bounce back while it's still within the redevelopment agency, or if we're going to have to wait until the property comes out of the RDA. And as you know, there's a long runway left before the San Jose redevelopment agency is complete in their obligations.
Right, so they're not selling these buildings?
Not yet. Not yet. That is one of the there are many conditions to complete and close out a redevelopment agency, as Trustee Watanabe knows. Two of those are, one, you have to have all your debt paid off. That's the first thing that absolutely has to happen. Second is you're supposed to have had your property sold as well and transferred out. So they haven't met the first obligation, which is paying off all the debt. That absolutely has to happen.
Before they're even gonna bother trying to sell? Okay, so these are occupied buildings?
They
They're
are.
just underwater? Okay.
To the best of my knowledge, they are.
Okay, then the other question I had was the chart that you have of the reserves that's on,
Mhm.
the pages are not numbered. The chart's going down. Just give me another second. with the $30 million right sizing, is there a projection of what that line will look like?
I'm sorry, I didn't do that this evening.
Okay.
I could do, I can have that for the next meeting, the next presentation, but I didn't do it this evening.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. So, two questions. One, going back to the data center. The data center, is that in North San Jose, is it adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant? Yeah, okay. So, is the wastewater treatment plant also in our district?
I believe so. Michelle's nodding yes.
Okay. So, we get property, I know it's owned by it's like the city of Santa Clara, the city of San Jose. Do we get property taxes off of it as well?
If it's owned by a
It's
public
city-
agency, then probably not.
Okay.
If it's owned by a government, no.
Yeah, okay, okay. Great, because I know that's very expensive and they're looking to expand more, so it would have been great. The other question, having to do, you mentioned, the electric rates. And so, just out of curiosity, don't we have a lot of solar panels or schools that have installed solar panels? Are we like not, are they not having a positive effect in terms of saving money on electric rates?
Yeah, so and Miss Healy, who's in the audience, would probably be able to speak to this much better than I, but one of the differences is that with the most of our property is within Silicon Valley Power. And so as a result of that, the rates are a little bit lower, significantly lower. So the savings is more negligible there than if we were in the other public utility that I'm not naming. So we would generate a bigger savings if more of our property were there, but then the electric rates would also be significantly higher as well. So we do have a lot of solar. We are continuing with our new projects, complying with the appropriate government regulations that require solar to be constructed. The new Laurelwood facility will have solar, as would the new Valley when we construct that building. So we are continuing to do solar, and that will have a benefit. But again, when the rates are so low, it's a negligible impact.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Trustee Rotterman?
Pulled up and looked at the student generation report, and I don't know if it's the most recent one, the 2020 report. That report showed us at 1,500 and something students. Other things I've seen show that we should be declining in students around 2% per year. That's what the best projections I can find. We're already down to 14 something.
Yeah.
So in your projections here, one of the things that happens, because we're community funded, LCFF, we don't get ADA money, average daily attendance. And so what that would mean is there's an opportunity to have smaller classes, which could, not smaller classes, reduce the number of people working in the district, which could be easily taken care of through attrition. Is that incorporated into your calculations, or would that be a bad idea to think that way?
It is not incorporated. Typically, you would not incorporate an assumed reduction in staff like that until you've developed a plan or had it board approved or something along those lines. In this instance, that's something that we're looking at in the course of the right sizing, and so that has not been incorporated yet.
It's something I think we maybe want to take a little bit of a look at, and at least for the shorter terms, because we could predict that a little better.
And
The other thing is,
if I could, I would say we look at that every year.
okay. So the other thing is that one of our trustees brought up the solar. When we put the solar in, we were given a 10-year guarantee to save $1 million a year by incorporating the solar. There may have been adjustment for the decline over the first period. When we first looked at that guarantee, there was a lot of confusion because the projects didn't go in all at once. They went in pieces, parts, and footprints were slightly different. But the core concept, because it was a quote against Chevron, was the other contender for that business. And we went with, I think it was Cupertino Electric. I'm not sure of the vendors for sure. But have we gone back and looked to see if we're getting our full savings for that? That was the Measure H money, if I remember right. 2010.
We can add that to the list and check to see where we are with that.
That's enough. I ran out of time.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. Thank you, Mr. Shield. One of the things that I've been thinking about with regards to this presentation that hasn't been brought up is if, in considering our some of the concerns that have been brought up by staff in prior to the closed session, is if there are any recommended policy changes with regards to reserves, spending of reserves on ongoing costs that you might recommend the board consider. As someone who has voted against various position increases throughout the years, I know that it's very difficult to say no when there's a large amount of money in reserves, but you don't want to spend your reserves incurring an ongoing cost. And so have you thought about any recommended policy changes that would allow the board and the staff to be more thoughtful in incurring ongoing costs?
No, not specifically in that regard. I will say that first and foremost is making sure that we're always providing a high quality education to our students. And then second, as I've said, and we've all said, is the recognition that we are in the people business and we employ people to educate our small people, our tiny people. And so, no, I don't have anything this evening in regards to some of those policy changes that you're referring to, but I think it's something that we could work with Dr. Wright on and develop some potential ideas for future considerations.
I bring this up because I know that every time a new position has been brought forward, there's always great rationale, and this is necessary, and we need to approve this, and we won't be able to survive without this position. And now we're in a position that is really difficult because we kept doing this. And it's caused me to reflect on what can we do to help everyone kind of stay focused and more thoughtful in how we are adding these positions, and if there's something that we should be adding to our policies that really forces us to pause a little more than we have, as I've watched positions just be added. So I would like us to think about that because no one likes where we're at right now. So
Yeah.
I
And
also
if I could, I just thought of one that it would be a repeat of something that's been said before. And if I may, I would actually be repeating something that Ms. Alpin said earlier this evening. And that is, we need to be very mindful about when we're using one-time dollars to hire people. It's difficult to do that. And it's difficult to make the changes that are necessary when those people, when you're hiring people using one-time dollars. It's difficult to do. I mean, none of us like doing what we're doing right now. And when you make those decisions, if you're going to use those one-time dollars on people, you need to make sure that you have a very thought out plan about what you're going to do when those resources are no longer available. So that would be one that, and then again, borrowing from something that Ms. Alpin said earlier this evening, that is something I think that we would need to work on. And we've been doing a good job of identifying when those instances have happened. But when we get those one-time dollars again in the future, how do we make sure that we don't fall into the trap again?
Thank you. I really hope we can look at this. I know that for a lot of years, because our reserves were so good, I think, and not that we still have a good amount of reserves, I think it felt like we were doing okay. When I was board president, that's the first time I think we got the letter from the county saying, no, 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 and that we needed to course correct. And I think it was really hard for everyone to wrap around. We have so much money in our reserves, yet we needed to course correct.
Okay. I have a question, and I want to preface it by saying I am not advocating one way or the other. I just want your opinion. So I notice when we do these interim reports, there's always a caveat that we have not finished negotiations. That's not any increase in expenses from negotiations haven't been reflected in the budget. I know there are districts that negotiate increases for the forward-looking year, as opposed to in arrears. Can you talk a little bit about the kind of pros and cons in terms of budgeting and projections when you negotiate for the like if we were negotiating for 26, 27 as opposed to 25, 26? And what would the benefits or negatives be should we choose to do that? And would it make these processes better if we did it that way?
Yeah, you know, that's a great question. It's a great philosophical question. There's not a right way to do it or a wrong way to do it. And I think it always comes down to collaboration and working together and working with your labor partners, coming up with a philosophy that works best for the organization. Certainly from the budgetary standpoint, yeah, it would make it a little bit easier because it takes out, you're addressing what is currently an unknown in regards to next year. And in this case, it's an unknown for the current year. So there is a way that it helps answer some of those unknowns. But I would say it's also, while it's unknowns for us, there's also unknowns that our associations would have as well. We are in an interesting, for a community funded district, when our property taxes are truly not known for the current school year until the end of the year, there is a little bit of risk there by potentially, if we were forward giving raises for next year, it's going to be based upon what we think we might get in property taxes. And even in this year, I've given presentations here before where the unaudited actuals in September, and I said, oh, by the way, we found out in June we were getting something that we didn't know about. And the fiscal year was already done. So there is kind of that uncertainty a little bit in regards to current year revenues that community funded districts face that an LCFF district doesn't face as much because you have a reasonable estimate as to what your ADA is going to be based upon the number of students that you have in the right grade spans and what your historical average is of your attendance factor. You can pretty well gauge what that is going to be. Property taxes, you can pretty well gauge it, but like I showed tonight, you could also have an anomaly that you don't know about. And so I think that's where you have to have the two parties come together and have that conversation. Do we collectively as an organization believe that it's in the best interest of both parties to do this? And if we are going to do it, how do we do that together? So there could be, and I think for both sides, there would be a little bit of risk to do that. And so we would have to have those conversations together.
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't anticipate just saying, oh, we're doing it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it would.
True. But I
know.
And I've worked in districts where you did that. And I've done it the way that we do it.
Mhm.
I've seen it both ways.
I mean, I can see positives and negatives on both sides for, doing it the way we do it and doing it the other way. It just struck me as something that, it may be worth a, you know, a chit chat with the associations about whether or not they would see any benefit to it if
Yeah.
they, you know, it struck me as a very big what if, we don't know, unknown in this budgeting process that, you know, I don't know. Anyway, it was just a thought that I had and perhaps worth, you know, a flyer and I'm not, like I said, I'm not advocating one way or the other. It was just a curiosity that I had. Does anyone else have any further comments or questions for Mr. Shield? Oh, Trustee Canova.
Vicky's comments about position control. Yeah, and Andy will remember this after the recession, 7, 8, 9, we had position control. It was quite strong. And then as the economy improved and our financials improved, it just kind of disappeared. And I think for us as board members, we just have to incorporate it into our thinking that when these things come to us, we have a CBO and we need to look at our CBO and we need to ask you, you advise that we do this, can we afford this? And based upon what our CBO, who has our best financial interest at heart, we will go accordingly to what you guide us up with, because we depend upon you to tell us, is this something we should do or not?
Well, okay.
Jim, I think.
But it's not just the financial interest that we also need to be mindful of as well. There are other interests as well. Okay.
Okay. I don't have any slips on this item. Is there any public comment from the room? On Zoom? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shield. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, I'm just thanking him for his stuffs. All right. So we need a motion to approve the first interim budget.
Motion to approve the first interim report.
A second, Trustee Muirhead? Okay. All right. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, it passes 7-0. Action item M2, resolution 2567 for change order number 1 to AAA Fence Company Incorporated for fencing and gates revisions for the preschool playground project at Westwood Elementary.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Muirhead.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan? Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item M3, resolution 2568 for change order number 1 to Skeets Incorporated for irrigation and landscaping revisions for the preschool playground project at Westwood Elementary School.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Muirhead.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead? Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. The facility use fee waiver request for Girls on the Run, Mr. Shield.
Yes, this is the second year that we received this. This is an after-school program that's operated by an organization called Girls on the Run at Bowers Elementary School. They charged $35. Last year, the fee waiver request was approved because in turn for approving the fee waiver request, they decreased the amount that they were charging parents. So normally they would charge $325 per participant, but as the result of approving the fee waiver request, they only charge $35 per participant. And so the request was approved last year and staff would recommend they're approving it again.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Ryan.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead? Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item M5, fee use fee waiver request, Silicon Valley Corsa. Mr. Shield.
This is a new fee waiver request from the Silicon Valley Corsa Club slate. They are Corvette Club in the district. Corvair, sorry. Thank you.
That's a big difference. That's a huge difference.
Yes. And they have been supporters of our schools in the past by donating vehicles for various events. They, in turn, have used Wilcox in the past for their facilities. This is, as you all know, we occasionally uncover some of these groups that have been longtime users of our facilities, and we try to get them following the same path that everybody else is using. So they're now going on to Facilitron. Use of the facility for the period that they're requesting would be $340 per year. They're requesting a fee waiver request. And I believe, I won't speak for the gentleman behind me, but I think that the intent is that they would continue to support the events for the students just like they have in the past.
Enthusiastic.
Is that accurate?
I'd like to move enthusiastically, we approve the waiver.
Second Watanabe.
Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead. Yes. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0.
Contribution they made to that school is huge. Just
Trustee Liebert, President Liebert, the next item we do not need to do based upon advice from legal counsel.
Oh, okay, so we will pull B6 or M6. Item M7, 2025-2026 contract with AMS.net DBA MGT Impact Solutions for the district-wide Verkada Physical Security Project. Mr. Shield.
So we have an opportunity to do a very extensive security project for our building facility systems throughout the entire district. This includes updating our building access control systems, security alarms, intercom systems, surveillance cameras, vape sensors, associated networks throughout the entire district. Really bringing our security systems for our facilities, really cutting edge security systems. All of this project would be funded for using state reimbursement dollars that we receive from the state that is restricted for facilities projects throughout the district. The projected cost of this project in the admin summary is 51.9 million, but that is inclusive of a 5% contingency. So if you backed out the 5% contingency, then the estimated cost of the project is around 49 million. We do not anticipate needing most of, if at all, of that 5% contingency. The contractor who typically does this, he says his experience is less than 1%. In addition to that, some of this project will be installing environmental sensors throughout our district, which one of the things that they do is measuring vape devices. And so, as you all know, we were a party of the class action lawsuit against Juul litigation, and we received one-time funds through the result of that litigation that allowed us to install tobacco and vape detection software and appropriate things to reduce the use of those on district facilities. So that funding also would be able to be used for paying for this project as well. Finally, this project will have a positive benefit on our general fund. As the result of that, some of the services that would be provided by Verkada by installing this state-of-the-art system throughout the district would actually ease cost burden on our district. We are still in the process of finalizing all of those costs that would be saved, but I'm comfortable in saying this evening that the estimated annual savings to our general fund would be in excess of $400,000 a year as the result of that as well.
Okay, any questions from trustees? What's up?
I'd like to comment.
Oh, okay, go right ahead, Jim.
I myself. So this is the company we were able to see their presentation at the CSB conference. It was very impressive. I mean, it's an impressive technology. It looks really comprehensive. And what I like about it is something that can grow into the future, which it won't be something that becomes outdated, you know, that we can modernize it, keep it current. Definitely an improvement over what we're doing. So I support it.
If I may, I have one more thing I just forgot to say. This project is something that, you know, we've been researching for a while in the event that funding ever became available for a project, something like this. And then just I want to say a huge thank you. There is a group of individuals that have tirelessly devoted a significant amount of time to getting this project ready to be able to bring to you today. When I was talking to them about it, my goal was to bring this to you at the second January board meeting. They were able to get it done in order to bring it to you this evening. And so I just want to say a huge thank you to our Director of Technology, Joe Ayala, our Director of Maintenance and Operations and Transportation, Adam Flores, our Fiscal Services Director, Shani Yam, Ms. Healy, Michelle Healy, and our Director of Facility Development and Planning, our bond projects, Larry Adams and Rochella Defensor. They just done an amazing job in working collaboratively together in order to be able to bring this project together. And it was interesting. It wasn't just me saying that. Here, it's also was noted by the representatives from Verkada as well. They had made a comment to me that they had never seen an organization collaborate cross-departmentally the way that this had happened within this district. And the sales rep said, and we do this everywhere. And we never seen it happen this quickly and this efficiently. And so they did an amazing job, and I've got to say thank you to them. And I'm sure that I missed somebody, so I apologize.
I was able to be with Trustee Canova at AEC and meet with the representative and see a demo, and what this program can do is just truly astounding. And one of the things as a parent that I appreciated was the fact that particularly at schools that have public street facing access doors, they can be locked and unlocked on a timer so that students can go through those outward facing doors during passing periods. But then when the passing period is over, those doors will lock. And for a parent of a student at Wilcox, that there are many outward facing doors, that's a big deal for security for students and staff. So it's a terrific product. So I'm very excited about it. Trustee Muirhead.
I was also really impressed with the demonstration. It has a lot of features, and I also realized that our current cameras are getting old and are starting to fail. So it's a really good time to make this change. So so that seems to be working out really well. I had mentioned something to Mr. Shield, and I just want to put it on the record that this money is coming out of facilities money, just like we've had some other projects come out of this facilities bucket. And we have a long list. We have this master facilities plan that we worked on, staff worked on and presented to us. I don't say we worked on it. They did a great job of looking at all of our schools and what was really urgent. And safety and security is definitely up there. But I really think we need to keep a close eye on that, what we found through that process of what some really, issues that we have across the district that are serious, that we need to make sure that our funding is going to those schools that really need that. And, this is a project I support, but I want to make sure that as we are spending more of our money, it's not just coming to us as one-off, but you're actually looking at our plans and seeing what has been noted as a particular issue and not just the project of the moment. So I just want to caution our board about thinking about all the projects that are out there and what's important from that list.
Okay.
I'll just, I just wanted to, I know other board members, I also had the opportunity to meet with the vendor and get a little demonstration of the technology. And I know as someone with a student in many aspects were very interesting, but I will say getting the student who lives at my house, hearing the information about the vape sensors and the vape detection was something that I think is needed in our schools, as I hear kind of on a firsthand basis from someone who lives at my house.
Okay, so can I get, oh,
This is for approval tonight, right?
yeah, let's,
I just wanted one thing. One thing I did ask for, I also saw it it was a very impressive product. I love the fact it's color, not black and white, higher resolution. There's a lot of good stuff. But one of the things you talked about doing was providing a report that showed, because it is removing a lot of existing costs that we have. So there's a lot of things we do for maintenance, et cetera, that are already included in this contract. And I was hoping to see a little cost breakdown, it costs this much, saves this much over a 5-year period. Where's what is the net difference?
Yeah, so the costs are at least $400,000. That's for example, we're spending several $100,000 every time we have to rekey a school because somebody lost a key. It costs about $50,000 to rekey a school. We're spending about $80,000 a year just maintaining our existing cameras that are starting to fail. We're spending $160,000 a year on contracts with building security companies. Those are all examples of things that we won't have to do going forward because they're all going to be included in this, and this comes with a 10-year warranty. So a camera fails, they've said you'll have a new camera installed within 24 hours. We don't have that capability right now. I asked Mr. Ayala earlier today. I said, if we were to not do this project, how much would you need in order to begin addressing our cameras? He said about $1 million a year. So I mean, this is really helping us as we move forward. Not only address issues that we know about, but also really do some things that we don't even have capabilities of today.
Well, I'm going to support the most. It hasn't been.
But I'll get you more definitive
I do
information.
want to see that because down the road, it's just like they brought up the solar thing. They had a guarantee, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to see where those numbers are and how it nets out. I think from a security standpoint and a student safety standpoint, this is a much needed improvement to our district. So I'm definitely going to support it. But I still want to see the fiscal side. So thanks if you get to us afterwards. I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of the system.
all right, I'll second. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan, trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote yes, that passes 7-0. All right, action item N1, consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing for student 1211225A.1. Do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated November 12th, 2020?
So moved, Rotterman.
I have to
Oh,
read it.
Sorry.
Do I
Sorry
have?
about that question? It always gets me.
Do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated November 12th, 2025 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through December 11th, 2026 with a change of placement from McDonald High School to Wilcox High School and a rehabilitation plan for student 1211258.1, and that student 1211258.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, December 11th, 2026.
So moved.
Second, Rotterman. I'm not smart enough to do it first.
All right, motion by board member Muirhead and seconded by board member Rotterman. Roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote yes, that passes by a vote of 7-0. Item N2, do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated November 12th, 2025 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through December 11th, 2026 with a change of placement from New Valley High School to Santa Clara Unified School District Home Hospital Instruction until the IEP team determines an appropriate placement, and a rehabilitation plan for student 1211225B.1, and that student 1211225B.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, December 11th, 2026.
So moved.
Second, Rotterman.
Motion by board member Muirhead and seconded by board member Rotterman. Roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passed by a vote of 7-0. Item N3, do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated November 19th, 2025 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through December 11th, 2026 with a change of placement from Wilcox High School to Santa Clara High School and a rehabilitation plan for student 121125C.1, and that student 121125C.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, December 11th, 2026.
Second, Rotterman.
Motion by Board Member Muirhead and seconded by Board Member Rotterman. Roll call vote. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passed by a vote of 7-0. Item N4, do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated November 19th, 2025 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through December 11th, 2026 with a change of placement from Cabrillo Middle School to Peterson Middle School and a rehabilitation plan for student 121125D.1, and that student 121125D.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, December 11th, 2026.
Second, Rotterman.
Motion by Board Member Muirhead and seconded by Board Member Rotterman. Roll call vote. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passed by a vote of 7-0. Information items 01, report from the Director of Bond Projects. Are there any questions or comments on that? Nope.
Good to hear that school's on track.
Being none, we'll move to O.2, report Director of Facility Development and Planning. Anyone? Okay. All right. P1, discussion item, real property update for Monticello, 3401 Monroe Street, Santa Clara, and Martinson, 1350 Hope Drive, Santa Clara. Mr. Shield.
So at the end of the last fiscal year, Dr. Waddell and I almost said Dr. Wright, Dr. Waddell and I presented a proposal to the board about an opportunity that may present itself and may exist, and to look at two of our properties, the Monticello property and the Martinson property, in regards to potential other uses that may yield additional revenue for the district greater than what we currently have today, or other possible uses for the property than what we currently have today. The board approved a contract with Terra Realty Advisors, and over the last several months, they have been doing a significant amount of work in regards to that. With me this evening is Scott Sheldon on behalf of Terra Realty Advisors to provide an update as to that analysis, talking about specifically their scope of, and you can bring up or Joe's working on bringing up the presentation. But the scope of their work was to visit the sites, conducted due diligence research, including title reports, zoning, land use, all of that, demographic review, and then come back to the board with a follow-up review, which is what we're doing this evening, providing that additional information and begin discussing possible options with the board. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Sheldon, who will be walking through some of these slides, and then I'll come back at the end.
Thank you, Mark, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Wright. My name is Scott Sheldon with Terra Realty Advisors. Our firm works exclusively with public agencies on real property matters, looking at asset evaluation and asset management. And that's the purpose of what we're going to be talking about a little bit tonight. So as Mark already mentioned, what we do when we take a look at property is look at it from the development perspective, or from how the private sector would look at it, as well as how public agencies might be able to utilize things. And again, it's a full comprehensive review of the property. It includes things like title review. We did look at that. It was an older title report, but specifically zoning issues, what are current market trends, that has a lot of impacts on a lot of different things, interest rates being one of those. What are land values selling at? What kinds of projects are being proposed and built? And what does that mean from economic perspective? And, demographics is a really interesting thing also because you can see trends as things go forward. I gave a presentation last night to a board down in Los Angeles, and it's the first time I've ever seen a downward trend in population, not only through the school district, but in the entire city. And it's the city of Santa Clarita, which you would think would not be that way, but it's something, there's a lot of interesting trends going on in that. Thank goodness Santa Clara is not part of that. There is a growing trend on that. Again, if the board chooses to move forward, there's still some additional things that we would like to do, and that is looking at some environmental issues, doing a full title review on the properties, because that sort of starts framing some of the references of what you can and cannot do if there are constraints there. Also doing some conceptual layout studies. What we've done is use more general guidelines from zoning. So many units per the acre. Does it work? How does it fit? But doing a conceptual land use study is much better and starts tightening that all up. And then talking to the city about proposed land uses and having that discussion because they are the governing bodies on these kinds of matters. Next. So the Martin site is a smaller site. It's a little about 1.2 acres of land. I know, or at least Mark and Michelle have told us that they're going through a process of taking down the buildings. Right now, there is a site on there or buildings on there that were used. When we look at the site where it is, a smaller site, so it has that not issue, but it's just a smaller site. But it is zoned a master plan community, but the general plan, and the general plan, again, for those that don't know, it is the overall plan that cities have in terms of land use regulation. So a general plan will say, well, this area we want to be residential and that we want to be commercial and industrial and things like that. It's the broad stroke. Zoning gets down to specific properties in specific areas. So in terms of the general plan, it's zoned public institutional. But in terms of the zoning, it's out of compliance. It's zoned the plan development. Next. So when we looked at that, we said, what is the highest and best use from a market perspective? Again, there could be public things that, that obviously was used for a daycare. That could be a continuing use. But what we're trying to do is frame an economic discussion for the board. And it gives a perspective, in terms of what something might be worth. And that is helpful in terms of framing a decision as to what you would like to do. So we looked at two different kinds of projects there. We actually three. The multifamily, which would be an apartment project. You see the sale price per door. Because it does not qualify for tax credits, it wouldn't really appeal to that particular market. Size is good, but it would not appeal to that because tax credits are not available. They're excluded because they have to meet so many different criteria. So we also looked at townhomes, which is an attached product, and also detached single family product. And you can see kind of the range of values of where these types of projects are selling at right now. What under potential value is basically the extrapolation of that. So market rate with that 80,000 per door is about 2.8 million, because with 1 acre, we're looking at a smaller project, maybe a 35 unit project. A townhome project, well, there's fewer units, the value is much higher. And then a single family is very comparable. I mean, that's within a range of values. And what we always try to do is be very conservative. And we like to give ranges because the market fluctuates over the short term and certainly the long term. Next. The next property that we looked at was Monticello, same type of parameters that we looked at. In this particular instance, the property is not only has a general plan designation in the public, but also a zoning of public. So it's about 8 3/4 acres. I know you all know where it is. And, on the map, when we were looking at it, you'll see on the left-hand side, the aerial picture is, we're looking at, as we look at things, we look at how could something get developed? What are the issues that are going to be there? what are our edge conditions, and that's our neighbors that border, as well as you expand out, what is the greater community, impacts. So, and that could be traffic, that could be a lot, visual sight lines, all of that. So you'll see that we kind of bifurcated that property and drew a line, and this is the big picture. We're at 5,000 feet here. The neighbors to the north, there's a 2-acre piece that I carved out and said, well, if we were going to look at something, again, big picture, putting a 6-story project right next to that, you're going to be looking right down on top of people's backyards because there's single family homes right there. Where the Irvine project was, that was more apartments to begin with. So again, is there an impact? Yes, but they did a setback and everything else, but they had a much larger piece of property to work with. And then we looked at, okay, well, if we did something like that, that would probably lend itself more to the single family type development. It'd still be a 2-story, but you could set things back. And again, it's not quite the same impact. And then the balance of it would be more of a townhome project. So the next slide, please. So again, we looked at the 3 scenarios again, at $80,000 a door, again, market rate only because tax credits would not be achievable, creates a value of about $32 million. That's a 400-unit project. I mean, again, that's assuming you're doing, about a 50-unit to the acre project, which would be similar to what the Irvine company did. Townhomes, again, the same range of value and the same with the detached 10-unit detached unit product. So again, down below is the extrapolation of that. The 32 mil, for that is separate. But if you looked at, okay, well, we do some kind of a mix here. And again, this is all conceptual. It could change. There's different things that could come out of that. But in general, the value that we see would be a range of somewhere from $55 to $63 million. For the land. Next. So again, land options, there's lots of things that the board can consider as they're looking at that. They can obviously reuse the site for some educational purposes. If you were to look at something more revenue creating, you could do a sale, but then you have to go through a very long, lengthy process. Funds are restricted at the end, and you've got different NAILR Act considerations. You have to offer it to public agencies, and so there's a whole separate timeline for that, which typically runs about 2 years. And again, at the end of the day, I really can't tell you what the land use is going to be because everybody may have a different idea what they want to do. So land is worth what you can do with it. Really simple. So you can go through and do a ground use or ground lease through a joint occupancy, and that comes into play for more special purpose type projects. It could be for we're doing one on a school district property that is a memory care. You do something that is more rental in nature with that, but it's very almost impossible to do something that would create, where you're going to sell it, sell homes or something like that, because you can't get financing for it. Lenders, in fact, there's one state in the United States, Hawaii, where that's about the only place that you can buy things that's subject to a land lease. So, but again, the estimated value, when we look at that as an apartment is about $70 a square foot. And if it's an exchange type thing where somebody's going to go in and develop it like we just laid out, it's in the $140 square foot range. Workforce housing is an option, but that because it's not tax credit available, that would mean that the board would have to go out and finance that and contribute the property. And typically there is little or no economic return to that, at least from the economics. There may be other returns to it, but there's no economic return to it. Next. So again, looking at the combined estimated values, and if you were to go on an exchange basis, we look at, okay, well, if I'm going to exchange that for something, it's probably going to be some kind of income producing property. We've done this a lot, and what we can achieve this. We usually more than achieve this, but using a good rule of thumb of 5%. Return per year on those numbers gives you somewhere between $3 and $3.5 million a year in revenue. The important thing to remember is that you still have the asset base of $60+ million. That doesn't go away. And that's the one thing that we always tell our clients, please don't sell property. Because you're going to need it. Demographics, which is why we always pull them, work on about a 20 to 25 year cycle. And, the stuff that's going on right now in 20, 25 years is going to be completely different. And you may need it because we've been brought in with school districts that have sold, please go find us a piece of property. So, and by the way, we sold it and we put it in demand. And so we don't have it anymore. So again, hanging on to that asset, in my opinion, and our recommendation is always, please hang on to that asset. The other good thing is that, the revenue, it can be designated for capital and facility projects and do things that is an ongoing annual thing that the state can't touch. And again, just as a sort of a point of reference, right now, your current revenue that you're getting, obviously not from Martinson because there's no revenue coming from that, but from the Monticello is about $850,000 a year. So next. So from our perspective, what, we would like the board to do and is to, really you have to go through what are your goals? Is it creating revenue? Is it, is there district uses? Are there other things? You can continue with the current use that's there at the Monticello site and, continue leasing it. But then I understand that there's pretty significant capital expenditure that would be required to do that. Or you can go through a process of renegotiating with that. But again, on Monticello site, if you've got the capital expenditure, you got the capital expenditure, and that's going to have an impact on what your return is. You can go out in a ground lease. Again, that's a little harder to do because a ground lease is something where the district would still own the property and you would lease it on a long-term basis. You can go up to 99 years. The issue with that is that it's much harder to finance that from a development perspective because your loan would be an unsubordinated loan, which means that somebody goes out and borrows money, it would be the equivalent of getting a second deed of trust. And you're always going to pay more for less security from a lender's perspective. So again, harder to do, and it's not always appropriate for every property. It's appropriate for doing things that are rental in nature, where you don't have individual pieces that you're selling. But it does restrict it and it restricts the value. The other thing you can look at doing is going in an RFP for development, with very tight schedules and timelines and the desires of what the board would like to see for the property. Because again, we always look at these projects, from a board's perspective, from a school district's perspective, as these are legacy projects. These are projects that, you want to be able to drive by 10 years, 15, 20 years from now and say, yeah, we had something with that and it turned out great. It's important. So I think that's it. Did I cover everything, Mark? Yeah. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for that. Trustee Rotterman.
Yeah, so I wanted some clarification on some of those land values, or not land values, property values. So you showed the multifamily residential at 80,000 a door. And I'm assuming a door is effectively a unit, right?
Correct. In the apartment world, you call it a door.
I could just tell you right now, if I could buy those apartments for $80,000 a door, I'll buy every one of them you want to give me.
No. That's the land value.
The land value.
That is the land value. Everything has to do with land.
Okay, that makes more sense to me then.
I'm sorry, I should have.
For a second, I was going like, what on earth?
Yeah.
I'm ready to invest right now.
No, it's a very expensive door.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think the bottom price in Rivermark is probably 700,000, and that's a dinky, tiny thing.
Yeah, some of them are even a little bit more than that. Again, the other thing about.
No, they go to about 2.6 million.
Yeah, they go up from there. In the development world, again, it's actually very simple. Developers look at what they can build and what they think they can sell something for. And then they subtract from that the cost to build that. And that's not only the hard cost, but it's the soft cost. It's the brain damage you have to go through going through the city process. It's paying your architects and engineers and everybody else that you got to pay. And whatever is left, and then you want to profit and different developers have different profit ranges. And then whatever's left over is what they can pay for the land. It's a residual calculation. So when we're looking at these things, we're always looking at it from a residual calculation basis. So that's how we came up with the values.
Okay, so let me ask a little different kind of question. So I see a couple of options. One is you just sell the land. Two, you take the land and you improve it, and then you either generate a revenue stream from that improvement, or and you've recommended never to sell the land, so that'd probably be what it would be. Or the other one is you exchange it for other land. Have we looked at in the exchange piece of this or something that would be advantageous? Do we identified a need for another parcel of land with a particular configuration or anything like that?
That would be something that, you know, you and the board and the staff would look at if there was another need for land. Now, if you acquire another piece of land, it probably isn't going to generate any money if it's going to be used for future development for school or something like that. What we've been doing is exchanging for income producing properties. And that is something that, again, you have the asset, you have the income between when you need that, you know, money at some point in time to do something for something else.
Right.
And
You
today.
take- You take the raw land, you exchange it for an income producing property.
Correct.
And I guess you've had in the presentation, you get about 3.5 million or whatever that number was.
We used, again, the market changes. So capitalization rates is how you value how you value income property. So we use as a general rule of thumb, 5%. And so that's what it is.
Yeah,
We're
I was thinking that,
we're
right.
achieving more than that. But again, it's a function of where the capital markets are at any particular point in time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Trustee Muirhead?
So thank you for the work that you've done on this and the presentation. I'm not sure if my question is for you or for Mr. Shield. It might be for Mr. Shield. Because it's looking a little bit beyond. So if we, maybe following on Trustee Ratterman's comments, if we were to do an exchange to another property, are there any restrictions as to what types of property? And I'm thinking that you could buy another income producing property until you need, like, if we needed to build a new school in some area of our district, we would need land.
Yeah.
Like, there's gonna be new developments in Santa Clara, that we might need a new school. So if we were to buy something that was, giving us some revenue, and then later on, could we turn that into another property that then we build a school on? Does that
Potentially.
make sense?
Potentially. Absolutely. Or you could use that income stream that's coming in to leverage that income stream in order to acquire whatever property you are going to need. But there would be multiple different opportunities for you when that happens. Is there a limit, or is there I'm sure that there is some things that you can't buy. But we could acquire income producing properties outside our jurisdiction. And in order to be able to see or exchange, I should say, not buy, but exchange for income producing properties even outside Santa Clara Unified District. But yeah, it would provide that tax revenue coming in, or that income producing revenue back to the district.
Why did you correct yourself on exchange versus buy? Aren't we selling one property and then buying
No,
another property?
you're exchanging it.
Is
you're
that a
not
legal
buying.
thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
A buy is I'm buying something, I'm selling something, and I'm buying something else. This isn't that. This is I'm exchanging this for this,
But
or
the,
this for this.
but the owner of the thing that you are
The owner.
getting doesn't have to be the same owner as the one that you are giving to.
You
When
want
I think of an exchange, it's like I'm getting something from Bonnie, she's giving something to me.
Right. An exchange is the end process from a regulatory perspective of buying and selling. So, because if you're selling something, you're going to buy something, but the vehicle is going to be an exchange for that. But it's a buy and a sell.
Okay.
But it is an exchange, and it would be structured as an exchange. And again, there could be three parties. typically there are, because it's very, very rare where you say, I've got a piece of property that I don't need, Martinson site. But I found that property over there and I'd really like that, but the guy that has that property doesn't want your property. So then you need to find the third party that comes in and buys the Martinson property that allows that to exchange the cash for the other.
So, Mr. Shield, have we identified a need that we have and a property?
Have we identified a need? That would be future conversations that we would have with the board. I know, I've heard many conversations about potentially a new district office at some point in time. That's one that's been talked about, I know, for decades. But in regards to other land within the district right now, no. I think this is also, what we also know is that for the Monticello property, according to the facility needs assessment, we've got significant facility needs that are needed on that property right now to the tune of about $60 million if we're going to maintain it long term. And we also are starting to have some underground utility issues on that property as well. So this is the right time that if we are interested in looking at doing something differently, this is the right time to start looking at that before we start putting money into solving those problems.
Sure. But you're going to come back to the board.
Yeah. So yeah, tonight is what we're looking for is direction to say, do you want us to begin working forward on the next steps in regards to possibly exploring in this argument, in this presentation, exchange opportunities for these properties. And if the board is interested in that, then we can go ahead and start working on the next steps and then provide another round of updates to the board at the next appropriate time.
Does the exchange need to be done within a certain amount of time, the selling of one, the buying of the other?
Yeah, so there is a time limit. When I've asked Scott this question the last time, I said, if we were to go down this road, hypothetically, from beginning to end, how quickly could this process be? And he said it could be as short as 18 months. From starting the process until closing on the final transaction could be as short as 18 months.
If we've identified that final property.
Well, once we identify all the opportunities, and yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I guess I'm confused because listening to you, Scott, talk about the ground lease and the 99-year lease that could potentially be done, but then from the recommendation or the consideration, it sounded like you didn't think that was a good idea. Did I misunderstand?
It doesn't provide the same economic return. So it's not that it's not a good idea, it just doesn't provide the same economic return. So if you're going to lease something on a 99-year lease, you're not going to get the same value for it as if you sell via an exchange.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. There may be, you could do on an 8-acre site, you can do a mixed use project. You can say, well, maybe 1 acre of that, I've got somebody, or we think we can get somebody that would come in and want to do something like a memory care or something like, not necessarily an apartment because you can't really, it's not big enough, to do that on a market rate basis. But there may be something else that would be there, not necessarily commercial, because I think that at least in Monticello's case, there really is no real demand for more retail in that area. So what's the Irvine Company's done and what's along the Lawrence Expressway, there's plenty of that. So again, from what I was saying, just to restate that, is that it's not that it's not an option, it just doesn't provide the same economic return.
Thank you for that, because I know the city does they lease a lot of their property. They hold on to it. They do 99-year leases and, receive, revenue in exchange or rental property.
Mm-hmm.
I was just regarding the Martinson, I know that, daycares are needed and people, parents are always looking for locations for their children. But But, you know, in that area, and I think I said this to you last time, that there's just, there are so many amenities up there that, in that area that are, that would be attractive to families in term, and then, you know, with the concern with, you know, enrollments going down, it could be an incentive to bring families into the area. And then especially with the recent announcement of a new hospital, you know, Sutter is going to build a hospital up there and also expand on the other campus that they just opened up. So, I mean, there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of incentives in that area to bring families in. So the Martinson site could definitely be a good location for some new housing. That's my personal.
We thought the same thing.
Thank you.
And in fact, even, you know, our recommendation is to look at, because is to do more of the detached kind of product in that area. We think because of the new things that are coming in and where that market is, and we think that that's even if they were equal to a townhome thing, we think that's a better product mix.
Okay, so I want to get direction so that we can move this along.
That's what I was gonna ask. It seems like we've got a lot of maybes here. So what you're asking for us is, should you take the next step, which is to go forward with this? Is there any cost associated with the next step? And what does it take to move forward?
Yeah, there would be some costs that would come out of our Fund 40 in the facilities project where we have money set aside, so it would have no impact on the general fund. We would be bringing those contracts to the board for board approval. I don't know the dollar amounts today, but there would be
Well,
some
if you
costs
just
associated with
guess,
that.
it's like a 10,000, a 50,000, a $500,000.
Not $500,000.
Okay,
No,
got it.
it's, you know, basically the things that we would like that are going to incur money is to actually do a site plan exercise. We've got an architect that we've done a lot of work with and actually go down and do a site plan. And that's and provide product type. That's not only the basis for proving out, you know, can you get this kind of quantity in terms of the number of units and things like that, but it's also the talking thing that we need to sit down with the city and talk to them about, because this will involve the zone change. So there is going to be discussions with them about
So
that.
can you provide an estimate of just a general idea of what this would be looking for?
Each site is both together. I'm going to guess that it's not going to be more than $25,000 to $30,000.
Okay, fine.
in
I'd like
match.
to make a motion that we go ahead and continue to explore this item under the direction of Mark Shield, who will make the arrangements with this nice gentleman. I'm sorry, I've lost your name.
Sheldon.
Sheldon, that's right.
Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
I need those $80,000 door ones I can buy you.
Okay. P2 25-26 adoption of the proposed AP curriculum for AP chemistry. Dr. Knavel.
This is coming to you for the second time. It comes 3 times. So we talked about it last time as a discussion. This is a planning. It'll be back next time or hopefully for your approval.
Terrific. Thank you. I don't know there's any comment on unagendized, anybody in the Zoom? Okay, we're going to, I'm sorry, but we're gonna pass on board reports because we need to get to close.
Yeah.
session. We're gonna move into closed session. In closed session, board will discuss item P7, conference with labor negotiators. We've extended the meeting till 1 o'clock. I hope we're not in there till 1 o'clock, but we'll see you when we see you. Thank you. Bathroom break. Whatnot. The report from closed session for item C7 is the board received information and gave direction. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to second, Muirhead.
All right, trustee Canova. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
And I vote yes.